that I've seen Her Majesty the Queen this morning and sought her permission.
Reports.
After all the speculation, at last the Prime Minister went to the palace and set in train the longest election campaign for 70 years. The Cabinet were told beforehand and were said to be in good spirits. They shared the feeling of relief felt by most of those at Westminster that the phony war was over.
I'd like to formally confirm that I've seen Her Majesty the Queen this morning and sought her permission for a dissolution of Parliament and a general election on the 1st of May. I'm delighted to tell you that Her Majesty has consented to that.
The Prime Minister said he expected that the 6-week campaign would be gruelling but fun, and he was not put off by the suggestion that at this stage the Tories were well behind Labour.
I see what the opinion polls say. I also see what so many of my colleagues say when they come back from standing on the doorstep and talking to people. And I believe this election is winnable. Not only do I think it's winnable, I think I'm going to win this election, and so are the Conservative Party.
Mr Major accepts that time for a change is a powerful slogan, but it could equally apply to the new policies the Tories have announced.
If people are looking for change, we are the change, and we'll carry forward what we've been doing for the last 18 years. Thank you all very much.
The battle is joined, the fight is on over who can best be trusted to take Britain into the next century. The Labour leader at a primary school in London didn't wait for the announcement. He was already busy campaigning.
This campaign is going to be about the condition of Britain now and the future of Britain, that Britain can be better than this. And it'll be about how the Conservative Party have let people down, have broken their promises, and about how a new and revitalised Labour Party can get this country going.
At the Liberal Democrats' headquarters, there was a glimpse of the intense work behind the scenes. Their campaign depends on accurate targeting of the seats they believe they can win. And it also depends on keeping a clear difference between the Liberal Democrats and the other main parties.
It is between two parties who think that the most important thing for Britain in last November's budget was to give us a temporary, and I do mean temporary, penny cut in income tax, and one party, the Liberal Democrats, who believes that that money should be invested for the long term in education and in health.
Number 10 could have a new occupant in 46 days' time. The Tories believe they could benefit most from a campaign that's a fortnight longer than usual. They think it'll put real strain on Labour. But the opposition parties are confident that if they keep up the fight, there won't be a big shift of opinion. They think the country may have already decided that Mr Major's time is up. John Sargent, BBC News, number 10 Downing Street.
Campaigning won't officially begin until after Easter, when Parliament is formally dissolved and politicians can work on it full-time. But to all intents and purposes, the election battle was joined today, soon after the Prime Minister made his announcement. Well, we'll be receiving that report a little later. Martin.
The Home Secretary Michael Howard and Labour's Jack Straw met this afternoon to try and salvage the controversial crime bill. The bill proposes tougher sentences for persistent offenders and needs opposition support to become law. Earlier, the latest crime figures were published showing that the number of recorded offences in England and Wales have fallen by 1.3%. But despite the overall reduction, the fourth in a row, the number of violent offences has risen by 11%.
Kent police raid the home of a suspected heroin dealer. It's part of an operation codenamed Cobra, using targeted intelligence to fight crime. The latest figures show that last year the police recorded 500,000 fewer crimes than in 1992, 200,000 fewer burglaries. The government says some of the success is down to tougher punishment.
If those who commit disproportionately large numbers of crimes are out of circulation so they can't commit their crimes, the public is protected and crime starts to fall.
Closed-circuit cameras record city centre assaults. Last year's rise in offences of violence against the person was the steepest since 1989. The opposition say it's evidence that the government's record is badly tarnished.
Unfortunately, there has been an 11% increase in those crimes that worry the public most, that is, violent crimes against the person. The government has nothing to crow about.
Ministers say police effectiveness would be further enhanced by robust new sentencing powers. But the controversial crime bill is now under threat because of the election. Despite talks this afternoon at the Home Office, the bill's fate is not clear. But Labour says the government is on the defensive.
It's the Conservatives who presided over a doubling in the level of crime in the last 18 years. And the Home Secretary is now desperate to try and retrieve something of the Conservatives' tattered reputation on this issue.
For the police, used to criticism, today's figures are evidence that new strategies can pay dividends. Surveys suggest that the public remain unconvinced that the corner has been turned on crime. And the politicians may be about to encounter a stubborn scepticism on the election trail. John Silverman, BBC News.
And it's back now to that report on the start of the election battle.
This is how John Major says he likes elections, just him and the voters, with a little support needed from the boys in blue. Meeting the people has its drawbacks, but the Prime Minister seemed to relish the atmosphere. The people of Luton came, they saw, but they could barely hear. He seemed to draw inspiration from the soapbox unveiled the last time he had to confound the polls.
The last time I came to Luton, we had a reception just like this. And 3 weeks later, we won both the Luton seats and the general election.
5 more weeks! 5 more weeks!
5 weeks will be enough, the Tories hope, to convince voters that they don't really want 5 years of a Labour government. The man who'd lead that government chose a rather more comfortable setting, a hotel-cum-country club in Gloucester. Labour need to win here for the first time since 1970 to form a majority government. Tony Blair says the country's longing for change.
I want my kids to do well in life. I want them to go on and be successful. I think everybody does. But I believe that you can have such a society and have it also with some compassion and sense of obligation and decency towards other people.
The Liberal Democrats' key task is not to be swamped by the two-party battle. Paddy Ashdown says that they stand apart, not just from the Tories, but from Labour too.
If your teacher's being sacked, blame the Conservatives, but don't look to Labour for help. They've said they're going to have the same budget as the Conservatives. If your hospital is in crisis, blame the Conservatives, but don't look to Labour for help.
Which is your favourite country? Scotland or England?
Scotland.
Music to Scottish nationalist ears and unbeatable pictures too. Shame then that they don't have a vote. These tourists from Denmark were recruited to kick off Alex Salmond's campaign to win votes for Scottish independence.
John Major himself has said the Constitution is the issue which transcends a campaign. He's wanting to fight the election on the SNP's home ground. And on the SNP's home ground, we're going to give him one hell of a beating.
The Welsh nationalists too relish the fact that their cause will be centre stage in this election.
Mr Major has said that this is going to be a debate largely about the constitutional issues, in which case the proposals we have need to be put to the electorate in England as well, so they can evaluate fully the claims being made by the Prime Minister.
It won't be like this every day, not until after Easter at least. That's when the party machines go into full swing, determined to win hearts and votes. In the last election, 11 million voters changed their mind in the last week alone. Nick Robinson, BBC News, Westminster.
The nuclear waste agency NIREX has lost its fight to
seats from the Conservatives. They'll have an overall majority. Caroline Quinn reports on where the key electoral battlegrounds will be.
For Labour to win the election, it'll be crucial to swing voters like these in Leeds North East. Conservative held for a long time, Liberal Democrats were the main challengers here. But now the seat is 57th on Labour's target list, and as such is the winning post for them. If they pass it, they'll have achieved a majority in government. Leeds North East is similar to most marginals in this campaign, made up of some poorer areas but mostly prosperous suburbs, the white, car-owning middle class. The Schofield family admit their lifestyle is comfortable, but say despite the economic upturn, their money still doesn't seem to go as far as it used to. Traditional Tory voters, they say this time they're wavering. They're exactly the type of key voters who'll decide the election outcome.
I've always voted Conservative in the past. This year, this election, particularly because of the Conservative policies on the NHS, privatisation, taxation, law and order, I shall be giving some serious thought to the Labour Party and possibly the Liberals.
I feel like I should continue but that's just wrong, really. We're changing, aren't we?
Well, we're undecided.
Undecided.
The Schofields MP is defending a Conservative majority of just over 4,000. For Labour to snatch this prize, they'd need a swing of 4.3%. Since 1945, the best they've achieved is a 3% swing. That was in 1964, under Harold Wilson. Across the nation, there'll be a number of key battlegrounds. For the Conservatives, the aim is to hold the seats they already have, and they'd like to regain by-election losses like Newbury and Christchurch. For Labour, their target seats in the Midlands and South East will be particularly important. And for the Liberal Democrats, it's the South and South West, and a measles scattering of seats in the North.
Labour, through the troubles of losing in 1979 and then being humiliated in the defeat in 1983, were driven out of the suburban areas and especially the prosperous Midlands and South of England. And that leaves a map that looks just a sea of blue outside the big cities. They are desperately keen to break up that sea of blue with, at the very least, pockets of red in the main urban centres in the south.
One seat to watch on election night in particular will be Gravesham in Kent, which includes Gravesend Town. Regarded as a weather vane seat, it usually selects an MP from the party that goes on to form the government. Labour's strong in the built-up areas, but step outside to the rural belt like Cobham here, and it's traditionally Conservative. The feel-good factor may appear to be in evidence, but the Tories don't always get the credit.
People almost, for no real conviction, will just vote Labour just because it's time for a change.
I think the Tories will use some underhand methods on the last few weeks and they'll manage it. That's my biggest fear.
People should start counting their blessings and realise how well off they really are in this country.
If Labour do manage to win in marginal constituencies like Gravesham, it'll be largely due to swinging the votes of the prosperous traditional Tory areas like Cobham here, with evidence that about a third of voters leave it till the last weeks of the campaign before deciding. It's clear the battle in areas like this will be fierce. Carolyn Quinn, BBC News, in Cobham in Kent.
The former Assistant Chief Constable of Merseyside, Alison Holford, is challenged to formally ask the Queen to dissolve Parliament. Our Chief Political Correspondent, John Sargent, joins me now from Downing Street. John, the starting pistol has been fired. The party leaders are off at a cracking pace. Can they keep that up right through this very long campaign?
Well, I think it's going to be difficult for them to keep it up right through the campaign for 6 weeks. I think there's going to be a lull over Easter, but I think we'll get quite a spurt for the first few days. We've already seen Mr Blair in Gloucester, Mr Major has gone to Luton. The Labour are going to say that tomorrow they will have a big news conference involving Mr Blair, so I think for the next few days it will be fairly intense.
There seems to be great public anticipation building up about the prospect of a live television debate between the party leaders. Is there any doubt at all about that taking place?
Well, there is some doubt because there have to be negotiations, particularly about the role of Paddy Ashdown. The Liberal Democrats are making it quite clear they want him to be involved, and I think there will be some very intense negotiations behind the scenes. But if it comes off, one of the advantages is that lots of people who wouldn't normally be interested in politics will tune in, so it could become the event of the campaign. And if it happens, the Tories are hoping it will happen in the middle of next month.
How long do we have to wait to see the parties laying out their stalls in their manifestos?
Well, we had thought this would be after Easter. It would set the campaign going seriously once Easter was over. But I gather from the Labour side they're thinking of producing their manifesto next week. I think they're already trying to work out how they can keep the pace going, as you said earlier, right through up until polling day.
And John, just a brief word about the mood of the campaign. Is it going to be particularly nasty by previous campaign standards?
I think it could get nasty in parts, but I think there's a great desire, certainly on Mr Major's side and Mr Blair's side, that it shouldn't be nasty, it shouldn't be too personal, and I think that may continue. But you never know in an election campaign, the mood can suddenly change and change very quickly.
John, thanks very much indeed. And that's the main news story tonight. The general election will take place on Thursday, May the 1st. The next national news is, of course, the 9 o'clock news.
From the 6 o'clock team, good evening.
Good evening.
I think there's been a certain amount of relief all round, really. We've waited so long for this day, and so have the MPs. I think people were beginning to lose interest, rather, in this Parliament. We knew it was coming, and I think everybody's really quite glad now to be getting on with it. The Prime Minister said this morning that although the election campaign was going to be gruelling, and you've mentioned how long it's going to be, he also said it was going to be fun. Well, I've been talking to some of our MPs, but I got a rather sour response to that one from Labour's Deputy Leader, John Prescott.
Well, it might be fun for him, but I think it's a very serious matter. In fact, we are concerned if the unemployed, the homelessness, the people waiting for decent education, all these are important issues. He might think it's fun, but the electorate don't, and they'll have the chance on May the 1st to give him his answer and perhaps have a little bit more time for fun after that.
You don't go into a 6 weeks campaign on the basis that somehow, because you've only got a certain majority of a certain size, that you're a goner. No, we're in this to win. And I think in Yorkshire, there is a certain loyalty towards members of Parliament to a greater degree than in many other parts of the United Kingdom.
We're fighting for every vote and every seat we can get nationally. But in the Yorkshire area, you look at Colne Valley and Harrogate and Sheffield Hallam. Those are the seats where the Liberal Democrats are quite clearly in the running to win those seats, and I believe we will do that.
So, John, which are the key seats in the region that could swing the election?
Well, you've heard which the three main Liberal Democrat targets are, certainly. As regards Labour targets, first of all, you've got that clutch of what I call the Pennine constituencies, Keighley, Colne Valley, Calder Valley, Batley and Spen, all very marginal Conservative seats which Labour would need to win. Then you've got a group of seats in and around Leeds. Elmet is one, Pudsey a possibility, Leeds North East. That's Labour's 57th target, and Labour needs to win 57 seats to form a majority in the next Parliament. So statistically, that's a very key seat. Also, there'll be some areas of interest towards the east of our region. I think Cleethorpes could be an interesting seat, and so could Lincoln.
Well, the MPs aren't wasting any time. The campaign trail's already underway. What can we expect when it gets here?
Well, as you've seen, probably, John Major's been on his famous soapbox in Luton again this afternoon. Very sort of symbolic act, that. And it's difficult to tell with such a long campaign exactly what's going to happen. We're in slightly uncharted waters. I think there'll be a natural break over Easter, certainly. But what we understand is the Prime Minister is going to do some high-profile media interviews in the early part, and then the big tours around the country, the battle buses start rolling, probably not till after Easter. But it's going to be a very long and hard-fought campaign.
John Turnbull, thank you.
So now the campaigning really begins, and the political parties know that this region will play a crucial role in the outcome. Our political correspondent, Peter Lugg, sets out the battleground for May the 1st.
We're going into the Calder Valley.
It was the announcement they'd been planning for months, and today party workers around the region hit the ground running. Focus groups selected, candidates briefed, and websites connected. If nothing else, the 97 campaign will be the most high-tech ever fought. From the Dales to the Wolds, from the North Sea to the Pennines, 5 million voters will decide the fate of the North. From rural and urban communities across ethnic and religious divides. On the shop floor and in the boardroom, waged and unwaged, pensioners and teenagers. Different attitudes, different outlooks. But every vote is crucial in this most significant election since the war. At present, the region sends 70 MPs to Westminster, 41 Labour and 29 Tory. But at this election, that starting position is complicated by boundary changes, and most commentators will be working from a notional base. There are 3 new seats, Vale of York, Holton Price and Howden, South Holland and the Deepings. And Lincoln, under the notional figures, is held by Labour instead of the Tories.
What we do is we look at the old boundaries, compare them with the new ones, and take out wards or add in wards or areas to reflect, and on the assumption the same number of people voted in the same way as last time, can calculate a notional result.
In '92, only 1 seat in our region changed hands. This election is likely to be much more dramatic. All 3 parties have key marginal targets. This kind of tub-thumping, high-profile photo call is going to become a feature of the next few weeks. From the party's point of view, it serves 2 purposes. It boosts the morale of local party workers, and it allows head office to set the agenda for the day. But why don't we, the voters, take the initiative and tell the politicians what we want to talk about?
I wish there'd be more jobs around, because I'm sick of being on my dole now.
I'm worried that there's not going to be enough money for all the schools.
Education and law and order. You get an appointment for the hospital, it's put off. You get another one, it's put off again.
No issue will be more important than the economy, and no seat more keenly contested than Batley and Spen, #1 on Labour's hit list. With 2,000 employees, Fox's Biscuits remains the town's largest employer. But many manufacturing jobs have fallen by the wayside. City Challenge money is being used to build a new high-tech economy, but under what conditions is that most likely to prosper?
Low inflation, low interest rates and stable exchange rates. So they don't want the boom and bust situation that we had years ago. They want to be able to plan their businesses in a framework that is stable.
On a swing of 5%, Labour would take not just Batley, but Elmet, Calder Valley and Leeds North East as well.
Right, so let's just look at that little bit.
Education is certain to be a key issue in Halifax, where the Tories will be hoping to capitalise on criticism of Calderdale Council and overturn Labour's wafer-thin majority. Things at the riding school have stabilised after the discipline problems of last autumn. Now the head teacher has this advice for those seeking to govern.
My real worry is about staff morale. Effective organisations are those where the staff feel valued and they feel that the people who are running the organisation understands their problems.
If the Tories were to achieve a 5% swing, though the polls make this seem unlikely, they too would net 5 seats. Dewsbury, Wakefield, Bradford South and York joining Halifax as central office scalps. All three main parties have been talking tough on law and order, and crime is certain to be an important issue in the affluent southwestern suburbs of Sheffield Hallam, where the Liberal Democrats have hopes of winning their first Yorkshire seat.
The police service needs the certainty of being able to capture the people who are doing wrong. It needs the certainty that they will be convicted at court on the appropriate evidence being provided, and they need the certainty of making sure that a strong signal of condemnation comes from the court through sentence.
One other issue of enormous importance in all constituencies is set to dominate the forthcoming campaign. Alistair McGowan is a frontline doctor in emergency care.
We're treating more patients than ever before in the acute sector, and yet it feels like a constricting service. Much more pressures on staff, much more pressures on beds, patients waiting much longer for beds here in the Accident and Emergency Department. If the money followed the patients in the way it's designed to, then that shouldn't happen.
With the starting pistol effectively fired today, it's going to be a long campaign, with the eventual outcome likely to depend as much on stamina and resources as on the candidates' individual powers of persuasion.
Peter Logue with that report.
And we'll be bringing you full coverage of the campaign in the coming weeks. Today's other main news is that a legal threat from an 8-year-old child appears to have solved a dispute.
Longest election campaign in recent British political history, 6.5 weeks. He spoke of a clear choice between the Tory revolution and the parties which had opposed it. Tony Blair countered that if this was the best Britain could be after 18 years, Labour could do better. Paddy Ashdown depicted the choices between politics as usual and a fresh start. Tonight, Vote 97, the challenge for all, not least to make it interesting. We report from the major soapbox deployed in Luton, where if the opening campaign polls are right, this is blue-collar Tory territory swinging back to Labour. And from the old Tory heartland of Gloucester, today's hunting ground for Tony Blair, which if he were to win, would give him a working majority on May the 1st. And we ask what the campaign's about, policy or personality. Is there enough difference between the parties to avoid personality becoming the issue?
In the other news headlines tonight, the nuclear industry has suffered a major setback after the Environment Secretary John Gummer blocked plans to build a nuclear waste dump at Sellafield. The environmental group Friends of the Earth said the decision threw the future of NIREX, the nuclear waste agency, into doubt. Thousands of desperate Albanians are still trying to flee their country despite the arrival of an EU delegation to find ways of building on the relative recent calm. And in Zaire, the government has appealed to people not to panic as its troops surrender their weapons to rebels who now control the strategic town of Kisangani.
So the long wait is over. After weeks of phony war, John Major came out of Number 10 just before lunch to announce the date of the election. Local elections will be held in many parts of Britain on the same day. It opens the way for a political drama between now and May the 1st that will end with either a record 5th Conservative term or the first Labour government for 18 years. Parliamentary business will be wound up by the end of this week, but campaigning proper will not begin until after Easter, with the parties launching their manifestos the following week. Parliament will be officially dissolved on April the 8th, leaving just over 3 weeks of hard campaigning before polling day on May the 1st. The new Parliament will meet on May the 7th for the election of a Speaker and the swearing-in of members and the state opening, and first Queen's speech of the new Parliament will be a week later. In our first report, our political editor Eleanor Goodman traces the day's events as John Major began his journey to polling day by digging out his famous soapbox.
At 11:30, shortly after Cabinet, Mr Major left Downing Street at the beginning of a journey which, if the opinion polls are to be believed, could mark the end of an era and be the last time he goes to Buckingham Palace in his role as Prime Minister. At a brief audience with the Queen, he asked for her formal permission to dissolve Parliament, returning to Downing Street to announce the date just 1 day short of 18 years after Mrs Thatcher first took possession.
Good morning. I'd like to formally confirm that I've seen Her Majesty the Queen this morning and sought her permission for a dissolution of Parliament and a general election on the 1st of May.
No party has ever won a fifth successive term, let alone one lagging so far behind in the polls as the Tories. But Mr Major claimed the election was winnable and that voters would not risk voting Labour once they realised what was at stake.
Not only do I think it's winnable, I think I'm going to win this election, and so are the Conservative Party. We have an 18-year record that I am proud of. Of course, in 18 years, there are bruises and difficulties. That is inevitable. But I believe that nobody who looks back over the span of that 18 years could have a shred of doubt about the improvements that people have seen in this country. And the fact that they have been achieved against the opposition in almost every respect of the other two major parties in the United Kingdom might lead people to suppose these beneficial changes would not have taken place had they been in government, and they would not be continued were they to come in government. I believe that...
In the 6 minutes Mr Major stood in Downing Street, he laid out the Tories' basic strategy to present themselves as the party of safe change and Labour as the danger, and to gamble on a long campaign exposing not the Tory divisions which have caused Mr Major so many problems in the past, but the shallowness of Labour's arguments.
Well, I hope they might also set out what their plans are. I think it'd be very agreeable if we knew a little beyond the sound bites that we're occasionally treated to.
This election, more than any before, will be fought on the electronic media, and within minutes of Mr Major going inside Downing Street, the opposition leaders were responding. Mr Blair was in a school, outwardly relaxed, but going into the campaign so far ahead and bidding to end so many years in the wilderness for Labour puts enormous pressures on him, as the election is in effect Labour's to lose. That's why the Conservatives claim he'll concentrate on soft photo opportunities like this.
That's right. Hello, sweetheart. What age are you?
But Labour insisted they would welcome the opportunity offered by a long campaign to expose the Tories' record and explain their own policies.
This campaign is going to be about the condition of Britain now and the future of Britain, that Britain can be better than this. And it'll be about how the Conservative Party have let people down, have broken their promises, and about how a new and revitalised Labour Party can get this country going, can make this country better, have better schools, better hospitals, less violent crime in our streets, give us the jobs and industry of the future. So, the longer it goes on, in one sense for us, we can get our case across to people even better.
At the time of the announcement, Mr Ashdown was in the southwest, where he'll spend even more time than in the last campaign. But to avoid being squeezed by New Labour, the Liberal Democrats will concentrate on their target seats. But they're also determined to be seen as a national party, hence their insistence that Mr Ashdown must be included in any television debate between the leaders, and his later call for a positive campaign.
I just hope this election is not about insults and the continuation of the poster war. I think that's pathetic, and I think it's time we treated the British electorate as adults. That's what we intend to do. If they want to continue with that, Labour and Tory, then fine. We will not have anything to do with it. We'll respond if we're attacked, but we intend to concentrate on the main things, and that's investment in education, investment in health, and beginning to prepare the ground for the long term in this country instead of always looking for the short-term political advantage.
After the announcement, Mr Major went to Luton to get on the soapbox, which in Tory circles has been vested with almost mystical importance as the object which helped Mr Major turn the campaign in 1992.
The last time I came to Luton, we had a reception just like this, and 3 weeks later we won both the Luton seats and the general election.
At the time of his 1992 visit to Luton, Mr Major certainly was seen as a loser by most commentators, but the Labour Party he faced then was very different, and the mountain he had to climb far smaller, as the polls have not improved this time in the way they did in the run-up to the last election. The government hoped last autumn that by delaying the election it would pull back on Labour's lead as the benefits of economic recovery came through. In fact, the gap has remained stubbornly wide, and has actually shown signs of widening further since the Wirral by-election and the recent spate of gaffes. That puts the Tories in a far, far more difficult position than at the start of the last two general elections. At the beginning of the 1992 campaign, the polls were on average putting Labour only 1 point ahead, while those in 1987 gave the Tories a 13% lead at the start of the campaign. The party chairman has told his cabinet colleagues there are encouraging signs in the secondary questions asked by the pollsters, in particular the indications that voters are feeling better about their own personal economic prospects. The Tories also make much of the improvement in their reputation for economic competence, but they still trail Labour. When asked which party would better handle Britain's economic problems, more than 47% say Labour, with just over 38% opting for the Conservatives.
They have recovered on the feel-good factor, but it's being outweighed by the gap they have behind Labour on economic competence. When you mix that in with the fact that the time for a change argument is very strong amongst voters, I think the Tories are entering the campaign at a real disadvantage.
The other big problem for the Tories is the perception of a party divided, particularly over Europe. But this afternoon, Lady Thatcher did her bit for Mr Major, denying she'd given her benediction to Mr Blair.
I'm fighting for Prime Minister Major, and I'm fighting with every effort I can bring forth. The phrase New Labour is cunningly designed to conceal a lot of old socialism. Don't be taken in.
But the Labour leader, Mr Major, faces this time is a much more difficult target than the ones Mrs Thatcher had to fight. The Tories will try to show that under the smile he still represents a danger, but never has an opposition leader been in such a strong position at the start of a campaign.
Eleanor Goodman, and not to be outdone by Mr Major, Mr Blair also headed straight out of London this afternoon to build on that strong position. Over the weeks, all the parties will be targeting areas rich in marginal seats. Labour hope for gains from the Conservatives in the Midlands and South East, and the Liberal Democrats are looking for seats in the South West. But today, Mr Blair travelled to the bellwether seat of Gloucester, one of the key constituencies which Labour must take from the Tories if it's to gain power. Peter Morgan reports now from Gloucester on Mr Blair's visit, the issues that count there, and the voters who could tip the balance.
Tony Blair came to Gloucester for his second campaign stop of the day, his visit smartly timed for the early evening news bulletins.
Why are you in Gloucester, Mr Blair?
Because it's a very important part of the election battleground.
And that's because Labour have to win seats like this, a 4.7% swing needed here, to gain a working majority. At a hotel in the Matson district of the city, Mr Blair had a chat with selected Labour converts.
I want my kids to do well in life. I want them to go on and be successful. I think everybody does. But I believe that you can have such a society and have it also with some compassion and sense of obligation and decency towards other people. Now, it's as simple as that to me.
Matson is solid Labour territory, run by a Labour City Council and a Tory MP. The steady erosion of Gloucester's heavy industry, though, has left its mark. Unemployment in Matson runs at around 18%, but that's been cut in part by a pioneering neighbourhood project. Their aim is to give local residents a stepping stone to the jobs market. Today it was a class in bookkeeping. Training is a shared concern, as is children's education.
They're just not getting the education that they should be getting. Too many kids in the class and a lack of teachers.
I think they need more money. The fact that they have to lose teachers each year, there seem to be not enough money to pay for all the teachers, and they have to mix the classes. One lower year mixed with an upper year.
I think few politicians understand the difficulties that ordinary people face on a council estate on the outskirts of Gloucester. I think they don't live in that world, and it's only when they come and see it that they realise how difficult it is. There are so many practical problems for people, low levels of confidence, low skills levels, few new opportunities for them, that we're looking for politicians with vision.
Education policy matters in Gloucester, partly because the city's schools cater for all the available options. There are 9 comprehensives, 2 private schools and 4 grammars, 2 of which have opted out of local authority control. Beaufort Community School is still within the state sector. Its 1,000 pupils have just gained a new arts block. Staff, though, say another £200,000 worth of building work needs to be done. Gloucestershire has the highest percentage of opted-out schools in the country, but parents here have voted against it.
I know that the local parliamentary candidates for Gloucester are all pledged to looking into a national funding formula for education in England. I would like to see that for Gloucester, but I say that because Gloucester is one of the lowest funded counties. And of course we're all aware that there are other counties who are going to suffer if Gloucester gets more money.
Cuts of another kind at the College of Arts and Technology. The growth in higher education has left the Gloucestershire College with 42,000 students taking a variety of GNVQs, A-levels and GCSEs. The class of 97 are voting for the first time, having lived almost all their lives under a Conservative government.
Basically, I would be voting Conservative. I believe it's more a case of better the devil you know rather than because of any specific policies.
I just distrust the Labour Party. They say they're not going to increase income tax, but I just can't see how they're going to make reform the NHS without increasing income tax. I don't know where they're going to get the money from.
I'm voting for Labour through a rejection of the Conservatives rather than a total acceptance of Labour. But I think the Conservatives just got to go and Labour are the only ones who can beat them.
National politics also merge with local issues at Gloucester's Royal Hospital. £70 million of private money will be used if the planners agree to build a new hospital. All parties in Gloucester back the policy. They say it isn't the first step towards a privatised health service.
Obviously that is a concern that we all have in relation to this type of initiative, and therefore we have to be very careful that in relation to new build it doesn't affect the staffing and affect the actual public nature of the National Health Service. So obviously people will worry about it. Our job is to make sure that does not happen.
The message from Gloucester is that voters want more detail from politicians before they'll commit themselves. People feel the health service and schools are short of money, but they're not yet sure where Labour will find the money to reverse those concerns. Peter Morgan, Channel 4 News, Gloucester.
Well, now the Scottish National Party leader, Alex Salmond, said they were going into the election north of the border with the highest platform of support in their history, and he welcomed the timing of the election.
We're delighted with the context of this campaign. I mean, the Tories are down and out south of the border. That's the best situation for the SNP to win north of the border. And for John Major to say the Constitution was going to dominate the campaign, well, he's playing on away and he's playing on our home ground. I mean, on the Constitution, we've got the best, the strongest policy. Independence, equality for Scotland. No other party can compete with that. So we're starting this election on the best possible situation. The Tories going down to defeat, the SNP looking for victory in Scotland, and the Constitution as the dominating issue.
From Westminster now, we're joined by the Conservatives, for the Conservatives, by the Health Secretary Stephen Dorrell, for Labour by the Shadow Foreign Secretary Robin Cook, and for the Liberal Democrats by their Deputy Leader Alan Beith. Stephen Dorrell, too many kids in the class, losing teachers in cuts. A lot of people are going to say that's your fault.
Well, what we're actually seeing in the education sector is a government that is committed to delivering real choice to parents. We've seen an extension of parental choice through the Assisted Places scheme, through more flexible systems of allocating pupils between state schools, greater independence for grant-maintained schools to be able to develop the aptitudes of their children. And it's all of that that I think would be under threat if Labour came to power. It's Henry Ford's model policy. Henry Ford used to say you can have any colour you like as long as you like black. Well, Labour's education policy is any school you like as long as you like a comprehensive. What I want is a variety in the state-supported education sector so that parents have a real choice.
Robin Cook, the point many people are making is that Labour may be telling the truth about education, but it isn't putting any money where its mouth is.
Not at all. We have made it quite clear where any extra spending will come from. To take one very clear example, which is one of our very early pledges, we are going to make sure that no child in the early years of primary, age 5, 6 or 7, has to be taught in a class of over 30. And we said, well, we'll find the money for that. We'll find the money by ending the Assisted Places scheme, which subsidises not the state sector, but subsidises the private sector. And that's a very clear example of how Labour policies will put the many first, not subsidise a privileged few. And it is part of the way in which we're going to build a workforce for the future, which can place the future with confidence and with skills. You know, one of the real things we've got to address in Britain is that after 18 years of Tory failure in education, we have got one of the worst skilled workforce in the industrial world. That's not a basis on which to enter the new century. We've got to invest in those skills and in that human capital.
Is this election, Alan Beath, about education, or is in fact Stephen Dorrell's portfolio nearer the mark?
I think education is central because schools throughout the country are desperately short of money, and there's no way that the gradual phasing out of the assisted places scheme would yield enough money to give them the boost they need now, both in early years education and in books and equipment as well. There are other issues too. I think there's a very widespread concern about the health service. And that's where we want to cut the bureaucracy in it, why we want to use tobacco taxes to increase the money that's spent on our National Health Service. And anyone who's had recent experience of hospitals and the health service knows the strain that they're under too. So it's no use just saying to people, don't worry, change the management in Downing Street and somehow they'll juggle the existing money, it'll all be all right. You've really got to be honest and tell the British people that some of these things are going to cost more money, and some of it, like the education commitment we've made, will need taxation.
Stephen Dorrell, it is really for governments to lose elections, isn't it? Not oppositions to win them. And your colleagues, particularly Douglas Hogg and Nicholas Soames in the last couple of weeks, have done their damnedest to help you lose it.
No, I think this government goes into this election in a strong position because we have such clear control of the intellectual agenda on which this election is going to be fought. We've shown over the last 18 years how the kind of reforms we've introduced to make the economy more flexible and competitive, we've shown how that delivers improving living standards, takes this country from the bottom of the European League as it was in the 1970s to being a role model whose experience is widely admired and increasingly applied elsewhere in Europe. We've demonstrated in action how the reforms we've introduced have improved Britain's economic performance. What we now need to do is to reinforce that in the years ahead, years which are going to be increasingly difficult with competition from all around the world. We need proper control of expenditure in order to deliver lower taxes. We need continued low inflation, and we need the continued right for management to manage the enterprises for which they're responsible without excessive regulation from outside.
Robin Cook, the last 4 paragraphs you could have articulated yourself, couldn't you, without any disagreement at all? Isn't that the problem, that this election campaign is going to be very hard to put a cigarette paper between any of you?
No, I profoundly disagree with that. First of all, we very strongly disagree with what Stephen Dorrell just said about the Conservative record. Since the last general election, they've delivered the highest tax rise in post-war history, they've doubled the national debt, and they've left Britain with one of the most insecure and least skilled workforce in Europe or in any of the industrialised nations. Now, these are major failings. If that's the best they can do after 18 years, it's time they got out of the way and made room for somebody else. And yes, we have got a very full programme of policies, which we unveiled in our draft manifesto last summer. The first party ever to unveil a draft manifesto a year in advance of election, with 100 policy commitments in it to tackle the dole queues, to put education as the top priority, to return the NHS once again as a public service instead of a commercial business, and to bring democracy closer to people so that there are more freedoms for local community to decide what policies and services they want themselves, and not all the decisions being taken in Whitehall. Now, these are very radical commitments, quite different from what the people have had from the Conservatives.
The trouble is, none of you has ever been in power before, with the exception of Gavin Strang. And, well, I mean, in the 45 government, at least there were people who'd been in the wartime coalition.
I have to say, I think that the public will judge the Conservatives not by whether the Conservatives are experienced, but the experience the public have had of the Conservatives. As to the fact that there's been a new team in the Labour Party coming to government as a new team, actually, I think that's an attraction. It does mean that we'll bring a fresh mind to it. We'll be able to tackle the problems that Tories have created and cannot solve. But if I can just, wrap up that point, if you're really serious in what you're saying, what you're putting forward is a remedy for a one-party state in which it never, ever changes. I personally think democracy cannot stay healthy if one party always stays in power.
Alan Beath, you must be feeling rather squeezed tonight, aren't you?
Not at all. What is so obvious is the point you made earlier about the cigarette paper difference between the other two parties. Leaving aside the area of constitutional reform, where Robin Cook is one of those in the Labour Party who's been prepared to see change, and the kind of change that we want as well, In most other areas, the Labour Party has been positioning itself quite deliberately as close to the Conservatives as it can get, in some cases like crime and law and order, to the right of Michael Howard if it can possibly manage it, while at the same time the Tory party has become a battleground between those who want us to stay in Europe and those who don't. That gives us the opportunity to say, with Liberal Democrats, you get a difference. We have a consistent set of beliefs about education, about freedom, about Britain's role in the world, and our policies are based on them. And if you vote for us, you know what you're getting.
Well, as it's the first night of the whole campaign, Stephen Dorrell, by how many seats are you going to win this effort?
Well, Michael Heseltine estimated 60, and he's a modest man, so I'll stick with that.
And where are you going to find these 60?
Well, we're clearly going to fight every seat up and down the country on the basis of the arguments of our record, which has delivered improving living standards. We've transformed the economic.
No, I just wanted to stick to the numbers. Just the numbers. You're 60 with you. Let's go to Robin Cook. Landslide, Robin Cook.
No. It's very
That's what you said the other night.
No, what I said the other night was that we are going to win this election, and everybody says that to their own side, but it wasn't a cool, calm prediction. It's a really tough mountain we've got to climb. We need a swing of at least 4%, and the highest swing we've ever had is 3%, and that was 30 years ago. A majority of one will do, but we're fighting every seat to win, and we enter this general election campaign confident, but not complacent.
How many seats are you going to gain, Alan Beath?
We shall have significantly more than we have now. We'll be there in larger numbers with a voice which may make a crucial difference.
A figure?
Which could be a balanced parliament. Well, we've got more seats than we've ever had now, so I expect us to have a very good block of Liberal Democrat MPs.
Thank you all three very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now, later in the programme, more on the head-to-head between Major and Blair, as the election looks like being turned into an American-style presidential campaign. Just what are the voters looking for?
It would appear for undecided voters that it is the majority, something like 60 or 70% of the actual decision is made on the basis of image rather than policy.
But after the break, the weather and the rest of the day's news, including looking for a way out, as guns continue to change.
Before polling day, the party leaders are out campaigning in earnest after John Major ate first. MPs will say goodbye or au revoir to Westminster on Friday. On May the 7th, a new Parliament will reassemble. From Westminster, our political editor, Robin Oakley.
At last, Peter, the phony war is over and the real thing has begun. The nation was launched this morning on the longest election campaign this century. An election which will sorely test the stamina of Britain's politicians and the patience of the people. At 11:30, Mr. Major went to the palace to request Parliament's dissolution and to let the Queen in on the not very well kept secret of the election date. Shortly before that, he'd told the Cabinet. They emerged with varying degrees of gung-ho humour. Mr. Major's colleagues, facing the most substantial deficit in the opinion polls which any government has ever taken into an election, insisted they'd win nevertheless, and deserve to.
You're going to win? You're going to win this election? Definitely. Why? No problem.
But it was hardly an encouraging omen that a removal van had called in Downing Street this morning, as new brooms prepared the way for the big day. On his return from the palace, a relaxed Prime Minister gave the official news.
Good morning. I'd like to formally confirm that I've seen Her Majesty the Queen this morning and sought her permission for a dissolution of Parliament and a general election on the 1st of May. I'm delighted to tell you that Her Majesty has consented to that.
Tory governments, he told the massed media, had presided over a revolution in choice, opportunity and living standards, and the parties which had opposed those reforms couldn't be trusted to preserve them. Relieved, perhaps, to be getting his gaffe-prone MPs away from Westminster, he was ready for the fight.
I'm looking forward to getting out of Whitehall and Westminster and campaigning in every part of the country and taking the message of what we've achieved and of our hopes and ambitions for this country out to people in every part of the United Kingdom. Elections, some people say, are tough and grueling businesses. Well, up to a point that's true, but I think they're also a lot of fun.
The election was winnable, he'd told the Cabinet, and he responded to the suggestion that after 18 years it was time for a change.
So if people are looking for change, we are the change, and we'll carry forward what we've been doing for the last 18 years. Thank you all very much.
Labour's leader, hoping to swap his Islington home for a rather better-known address, is rejecting the argument of his party's lack of experience in government as a call for a one-party state. Against an appropriate backdrop, he was ready to promise a better future for Britain under Labour.
This campaign is going to be about the condition of Britain now and the future of Britain, that Britain can be better than this. And it'll be about how the Conservative Party have let people down, have broken their promises, and about how a new and revitalised Labour Party can get this country going.
He denies in a Newsnight interview tonight the charge that there's little between the parties.
You know, I think there are a lot of priorities that are different between Labour and Conservative, and they're different people with different values. And the idea that, you know, because it's not the old tax and spend left, then therefore we don't offer anything new or different, it's just absurd.
The Liberal Democrats, hoping to build on their local government advance with more MPs in the next Parliament, rely on targeting seats in regions where they're strong. Their leader, Paddy Ashdown, chides the other parties for ducking the truth on tax.
It is between two parties who think that the most important thing for Britain in last November's budget was to give us a temporary, and I do mean temporary, penny cut in income tax, and one party, the Liberal Democrats, who believes that that money should be invested for the long term in education and in health.
There was one useful endorsement for Mr Major. Embarrassed perhaps by stories of complimentary remarks she'd made about Mr Blair, Lady Thatcher tonight announced her backing for the Prime Minister.
I hear people saying time for a change. That's absurd. If you've got a good builder, or dare I say it, a good grocer, or a good government, you don't change, you stick with them. And I hope you'll stick with us.
There's just a few days left at Westminster now before the end of this Parliament. The election battles to come will centre on the economy, on Europe and on the Constitution. But above all, they'll centre on leadership in what promises to be Britain's most presidential election yet. Robin Oakley, BBC News, Westminster.
The Prime Minister launched the Conservative campaign by immediately taking to the road armed with his soapbox. He began in Luton, where he battled with hecklers and promised another Tory victory. The Labour leader Tony Blair began his campaign by heading for a marginal seat in Gloucestershire. However, it won't be until after Easter that the parties will issue their manifestos, and it won't be until April the 8th that Parliament will be formally dissolved. The following week, April the 16th, is the last day for candidate nominations. The general election will be held on May the 1st, with local elections in England also held on that day. The following week, the new Parliament reassembles, and the Queen's speech will be on May the 14th.
Moments into the campaign, John Major in touch with ordinary people. At least that's the image the Tories are counting on to please the voters, though it isn't easy to get that close even to a Prime Minister who's keen to display a common touch. Out came the famous soapbox. John Major believes he's shown he can confound his critics. He's hoping history will repeat itself this time.
The last time I came to Luton, we had a reception just like this, and 3 weeks later we won both the Luton seats and the general election.
This kind of pace won't be easy for any party leader to keep up through the longest campaign in recent times. The Tories are promising as much of this as the members-only rallies and the stage-managed photo calls. The danger is a long campaign could strain Tory nerves too. Tony Blair's wasting no time either, and his wife Cherie has a prominent part, though it'll mostly be a non-speaking one.
This is the beginning of the election, so they tell me.
The message is meant to reflect the view that most worries the Tories. Mr Blair told these converts to Labour it's time for a change.
I want my kids to do well in life. I want them to go on and be successful. I think everybody does. But I believe that you can have such a society and have it also with some compassion and sense of obligation and decency towards other people. Now, it's as simple as that to me.
The Liberal Democrats are hoping to score as the only party offering a real alternative and hard choices, like the opportunity to pay more in tax for schools and health. Even before the two bigger parties published their manifestos, Paddy Ashdown's mocking them as offering the same thing.
We've got a great message to put forward. We're the only party now who says we will invest more in education. If your teacher's being sacked, blame the Conservatives, but don't look to Labour for help. They've said they're going to have the same budget as the Conservatives. If your hospital is in crisis, blame the Conservatives, but don't look to Labour for help. They'll actually spend less on the NHS than the Tories will.
The Conservatives waited this long to call the election, hoping the economic feel-good factor would have translated by now into support for the Conservatives. It hasn't so far, and now they're counting on the weeks ahead to wear away at Labour's appeal. Many voters have still to make up their minds, but there's an obvious risk. If the Tories fail to make an impact, the passing weeks could easily strain any semblance of unity in the Tory party to breaking point. John Pienaar, BBC News, Conservative Central Office.
The Sun newspaper, which claims it helped swing victory for the Conservatives 5 years ago, says it's now backing Tony Blair for number 10. The move's being announced on the front page tomorrow. Our media correspondent Nick Hyam reports.
Tomorrow's Sun, in a decision authorised personally by the paper's proprietor Rupert Murdoch, says Tony Blair is a breath of fresh air and the Tories are tired, divided and rudderless. It's the first time in more than 15 years that Britain's biggest-selling daily paper hasn't backed the Conservatives.
It's a momentous decision for us today, but we've come to the conclusion that Tony Blair is the man that can possibly lead us into the 21st century. He offers a dynamic personality, he's got some new ideas, and frankly we feel the Tory party are divided and run out of ideas.
In 1992, The Sun had no doubt its vocal support for the Tories helped clinch the election, coupled as it was with a sustained campaign against Labour and its leader Neil Kinnock. He thought so too.
The Conservative supporting press has enabled the Tory party to win yet again when the Conservative party could not have secured victory for itself on the basis of its record, its programme or its character.
The Sun's owner, Rupert Murdoch, is the world's most powerful media mogul. He believes supporting politicians at election time makes them more likely to do him favours once they're in government. Since 1992, Labour and Mr Murdoch have been building bridges. Tony Blair even travelled to Australia to talk to a gathering of Murdoch executives. Unlike Labour, The Sun's been staunchly anti-Europe, but this morning's paper reported an apparent hardening of Labour's position on Europe, which may have paved the way for tomorrow's declaration of support. There's no real evidence that what newspapers say does affect the way the majority of their readers vote. The Sun's decision is largely symbolic, but it will be a morale booster for Labour. After all, Rupert Murdoch is a man who likes to back winners. Nick Hyam, BBC News.
Constitutional reform will be one of the key issues being debated by all the parties over the coming weeks. The Prime Minister said he would expose the perils of the changes proposed by the opposition parties. But the leader of Plaid Cymru, David Wigley, welcomed the opportunity for a national debate.
As far as the UK is concerned, Mr Major has said that this is going to be a debate largely about the constitutional issues, in which case the proposals we have need to be put to the electorate in England as well, so they can evaluate fully the claims being made by the Prime Minister.
And in Scotland too, the question of how it should be governed will be central to the election debate. The leader of the Scottish National Party, Alex Salmond, said the question of constitutional reform should transcend all other issues. Our Scottish political editor, Brian Taylor, reports.
In Glasgow, they've been buffing up the ballot boxes for 3 weeks in readiness for the election. Following the Prime Minister's lead, the Scots Tories are similarly polishing their rhetoric in defence of the Union.
We're making sure that Scotland remains a full and equal partner within the United Kingdom. We're not prepared to compromise Scotland's position by a fatally flawed devolution scheme, as are all the other parties.
As well as Westminster, this election could help fill these seats. The Scottish Parliament in waiting, vacant since Labour's last attempt at devolution in the 1970s. But Labour privately fears the minute detail of Home Rule deters voters, and so instead they talk up the everyday gains they claim devolution would bring.
Our policies on education, on health, on welfare and to work, and for a Scottish devolved Parliament are going to be the policies which we believe will revitalise this whole country, and there's no complacency in the Labour camp.
Scottish nationalist leaders claim Labour is backtracking on Home Rule. Their hope is that those Scots who are hostile to the Tories and disillusioned with Westminster may jump straight to the option of all-out independence.
John Major himself has said the Constitution is the issue which transcends a campaign. He's wanting to fight the election on the SNP's home ground. And on the SNP's home ground, we're going to give him one hell of a beating.
Scottish Lib Dems, who have drafted a devolution plan alongside Labour, claim the Union is threatened not by them but by the Tories.
I believe it's the Conservative Party's proposals of complete intransigence, inflexibility in the face of considerable body of opinion in Scotland for constitutional change. That's the way to break up the Union.
Particularly here in Scotland, this election is not simply a question of who governs, but what form that government should take. Labour and the Liberal Democrats say Home Rule, with Scotland remaining part of the UK, would strengthen the Union. The Tories say it would create conflict with England and ultimately break the Union. The Nationalists want Scots to make that break at this election. These are the Articles of Union, the treaty which merged Scotland and England 390 years ago. This election, falling exactly on the anniversary of that treaty, will decide whether that union requires to be revised or scrapped altogether. Brian Taylor, BBC News, Glasgow.
Now the rest of the news. The nuclear waste agency NIREX has lost its fight to build an underground dump near the Sellafield plant in Cumbria. The government rejected the plans to build a test laboratory because of concerns about the safety of the site. Our environment correspondent Margaret Gilmore reports.
Today's decision could delay for years the search for a permanent store for Britain's radioactive waste.
Good evening. I'd like to formally confirm that I've just seen Anne Robinson and sought her permission for a live Armistice special running throughout election night. I'm delighted to tell you that she said that would be fine. So the country faces a clear choice on May the 1st. Another 18 hours looking at bar charts, or me and a lot of comedians giving you the results and doing jokes. I'd ask you not to film the bald patch at the back of my head. Thank you.
Now on BBC Two, a specially extended news night.
You call an election, out comes the megaphone, out comes the soapbox, and out comes this.
The Sun backs Blair.
Good evening. The paper which took credit in the last election for winning it for the Tories has come out for Labour. It's about the worst start you can imagine to an election campaign. John Major dragged his soapbox out from under the bed, hoping the longest election campaign this century would turn things his way. It was an inauspicious beginning. In an exclusive Newsnight interview, Tony Blair tells us that there are real differences between New Labour and the Conservatives.
You know, I think there are a lot of priorities that are different between Labour and Conservative, and they're different people with different values. And the idea that, you know, because it's not the old tax and spend left, then therefore we don't offer anything new or different, it's just absurd.
And with tomorrow's endorsement of Tony Blair as a breath of fresh air, I'll be asking the editor of The Sun why the paper dumped the Tories, and to some of his Fleet Street colleagues about whether their newspapers are likely to be following suit. In the West Midlands, Conservatives meet to discuss whether they should back anti-immigration and anti-Europe policies in local election messages. Does this chime with their leader's insistence that the race card won't be played in the election? And it's the public holiday the government wanted to abolish. The call no mariner wants to make. Is May Day the most auspicious date for the last general election of this century? Well, you don't have to be clairvoyant to imagine the mood inside Conservative Central Office tonight to be pretty downbeat. The idea behind the Prime Minister's decision to call the election for May the 1st was to bring on a long election campaign, as if we weren't in the middle of one already, and thereby hope to prise open divisions in the Labour Party. Mark Mardell reports now on the first day of a long march.
There's a sense of relief from most MPs that at last the election is on, although not all Tories are at all convinced that a 6-week campaign is sensible. They feel they'll end up boring the voters and exhausting themselves. Most pollsters and pundits think the Tories can't win. So what is Mr Major's strategy to confound the chattering classes?
At last the phony war is over, and the real phony war begins. As the troops gear up for battle, one thing's certain, it's going to be a long, long fight.
The Prime Minister's war effort depends on a long campaign and using one secret weapon. Himself, Mr Major stood alone in Downing Street, sounding every inch the plucky underdog. He told the massed ranks of the media that the election was winnable, would be fun, and almost managed to suggest he wasn't the one responsible for holding off the election until now.
Like I guess most of you, waited a long time for this general election. I'm delighted we've now got it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to getting out of Whitehall and Westminster and campaigning in every part of the country and taking the message of what we've achieved and of our hopes and ambitions for this country out to people in every part of the United Kingdom.
The Cabinet met earlier. A long campaign means that at least they won't get into any more trouble in Parliament, where the opposition finds it easy to bait them. But there's general relief that the campaign can start in earnest.
I'm delighted the election has now been called. About time too. It seems to have been delay and dither right up until the last moment. Frankly, I can't think why we can't hold it in April rather than May, but the campaign has now started. We begin now to make the choices for Britain's future.
The nationalist parties are also relieved they can now get on with it.
People can vote positively for Scotland's future instead of looking over their shoulder wondering if the Tories are going to get back in England. So it's the best possible circumstances with the SNP in great heart.
Mr Major has said that this is going to be a debate largely about the constitutional issues, in which case the proposals we have need to be put to the electorate in England as well, so they can evaluate fully the claims being made by the Prime Minister.
I had no doubt that
For the Tories, the next 10 days will virtually be a one-man campaign. Mr Major this afternoon got out his soapbox in Luton, where it first appeared last time round. Mr Major, the loner, won't be seen with his cabinet colleagues or talk much about his party. He at least thinks he alone can pull the votes.
And I intend to take this message to each and every corner of the United Kingdom. And I had no intention of being deterred by stunt demonstrators and stunt demonstrations with no policies but just the ugly chanting of the traditional left.
Straightforward abuse seems to come as a relief for Mr Major after 5 years of hard knocks from the media and his colleagues. The message is, could anyone else take this? But is it all too late? Is Labour victory now inevitable?
It's very difficult to see how Labour can lose this election. To put it into perspective, at this time 5 years ago, at the outset of the campaign, Labour had a 2-point lead in the polls. Now, depending on which poll you look at, it's 25 points, plus or minus 2. So that it's a huge mountain for the Tories to climb, and I don't think they can climb it unassisted. Labour will have to blow it, and Tony Blair looks a safe pair of hands from where I sit.
The government's powerful searchlights will be scanning our skies, their piercing glare exploiting every weakness in the enemy's defences.
The Tories hope that Mr Blair will wither under the media spotlight. The Labour leader seemed nervous today. He's painfully aware of the magnitude of his responsibilities. He was deliberately whisked to a London primary school to respond to the election announcement, playing into the hands of one Tory charge that his campaign is spin-doctored from top to bottom and lacks substance.
I think it would be very surprising if there isn't a very substantial Tory attack on Tony Blair personally. One thing we know for a fact is that John Major's personal ratings run ahead of the Conservative Party's ratings, so that would suggest that they will want to make this into a battle between John Major and Tony Blair. And of course the downside of promoting John Major is to attack and denigrate Tony Blair.
Today, Lady Thatcher rather undermined that strategy, refusing to deny a reported remark that Blair wouldn't let Britain down. She said she meant Prime Minister Blair, not Mr Blair, but she did urge a Tory victory.
I hear people saying time for a change. That's absurd. If you've got a good builder, or dare I say it, a good grocer, or a good government, you don't change, you stick with them. And I hope you'll stick with us.
There's nothing like battle ahead to focus the mind and remind us it's time to put aside our differences and all pull together.
The Tories will try to rally their former troops by arguing that conservatism has worked, even if recently the government has looked pretty incompetent.
Over the last 18 years, we've seen a very dramatic change in the lifestyle of people in this country. There's been a revolution in choice, in opportunity, and in living standards. At the general election, there's a choice between the party that has brought that revolution about and the two parties that have opposed almost every single aspect of those changes.
The polls tell us that more people in this country believe that Labour will not improve their standard of living than think they will do so. And the margin's pretty wide, 28 percentage points. Even more importantly than that, 9% more people in the working class of the country, over half the electorate, say that they do not expect Labour, a Labour government, to be able to improve their standard of living. That seems to me to be the Achilles heel of the Labour Party.
But the Conservative attempt to woo these voters will be severely undermined by tonight's decision by The Sun to back Tony Blair. Yet again, Labour have seized the initiative from the Tories.
Well, as part of our series of interviews with the party leaders earlier this evening, before the sun shone on Mr Blair, I caught up with him at a hotel and country club in Gloucester, where he'd been speaking to a group of hand-picked Labour converts. Tony Blair, this afternoon, John Major was on a soapbox in the middle of Luton, being heckled. This afternoon, you're at the Gloucester Country Club with a crowd of trustees. Are you sure you're still a socialist?
Well, first of all, I wasn't with a group of trustees. They were actually people who were former voters for Conservative Party or Liberal Democrat.
Are now going to vote for you?
Who were going to vote for us, or...
Do you think they're going to give you a hard time?
Well, they were asking pretty pointed questions, and they're not... Some of them weren't sure. Some of them were still saying that they weren't sure. I mean, I hope that they will become sure. Of course I do. But... you know, you ask me then, am I still a socialist? Well, it depends how you define that. But
well, I mean, John Major is presenting himself as the boy who came from Brixton and the Conservatives are the party of opportunity. And by contrast, we all know your background and your appeal to Middle England. Do you still consider yourself a socialist?
I do in the sense of the values. I don't share the idea that socialism is about some fixed economic prescription. But, you know, Jeremy, my father came from a very poor background indeed and was brought up in government. His father or his adopted father was a rigger on the ships there. But what my dad always used to say to me, and I think this is true, is that it's not where you came from that matters, it's what you are and what you can do for this country. And, you know, I read all the stuff that the Conservatives got in the papers this morning about all this, you know, his background, my background. I really think we should argue about the future of the country or debate it, and I think that would be more constructive for people.
But given those beliefs, I understand why it is that it is electorally appropriate or necessary for you to adopt all the sort of Tory targets on the economy, for example, on taxation or inflation. How do they actually help you implement this vision you have?
Because you can have different priorities. Look, the Conservatives have put up spending. They have put up taxes. They gave us the largest tax increases in peacetime history. Welfare spending under the Conservatives has gone up, not down. So if the only test of your rectitude was whether you taxed and spent more, the Tories would be a very good party. But they're taxing and spending because of the failures that they've inflicted upon this country. And our priorities are different. Our spending priorities are different from those of the Conservatives.
Which areas are going to lose priority?
Well, for example, we've said that there should be the utilities windfall tax, right? That is to fund the programme for the long-term unemployed. We've said that we would phase out the assisted places scheme, the subsidy for private school. That money would go to reduce class sizes. Right. We've said that we will replace the Conservatives' internal market that's given us a two-tier health system where we're spending now £1.75 billion a year extra just on administration, and some of that money should go into frontline patient care. I personally wouldn't be spending £60 million on a Royal Yacht at the moment with people lying in hospital corridors on trolleys. So, you know, I think there are a lot of priorities that are different between Labour and Conservative, and they're different people with different values. And the idea that, you know, because it's not the old tax and spend left, then therefore we don't offer anything new or different, it's just absurd. I mean, my whole political pitch, if you like, my whole political conviction is based on the belief that this country needs a different choice between an old Labour Party and today's Conservatives.
And that takes resources. And if we look at education, which you say is your #1 priority, education, 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 the only change that you're planning to make there in terms of resources is to abolish the assisted places scheme.
Well, that, of course, is not all we're planning to do in relation to education.
Only resources thing.
Yes, but, well, actually, there's more even there, because, of course, there's what's happening in higher education with the Deering Committee. But, I mean, you're right in saying, I don't sit here and say, I can, you know, spend everything tomorrow on education, but I do say there are reforms that we can make in our education system. Let me give you some examples. Proper baseline assessment for pupils in our primary schools, making sure we change the way that teachers are trained, making sure that all head teachers have a proper competence qualification, because that is vital for the success of the school, broadening the A-level syllabus so that it's not as narrow as it is now, ensuring that we get account taken of the different abilities of children in schools so that we're modernising the comprehensive principle but not going back to the old 11+. These are all differences, and they're very important differences. It's not just about spending money.
No, but you can't do very much without spending money.
Well, I actually don't agree with that, as a matter of fact. I don't agree at all. In fact, if you listen to what Sir Geoffrey Holland was saying, who was, after all, the permanent secretary at the Department of Education, what he was saying was that within existing resources for education, if we used them more sensibly and made decent reforms, we could get a 30% improvement in our standards. So of course resources are important, but Jeremy, they've left us with a huge hole in the public finances. They have doubled the national debt. We are keeping to the Conservatives spending restrictions, not out of recognition of their superlative performance, but out of recognition of their incompetence.
But we know how Labour runs education because we've seen it in local authorities. The bottom 10 schools in the GCSE league tables, bar one, and the bottom 10 primary schools in the league tables, bar one, are all Labour authorities.
Look, come on, Jeremy, the bottom 10 are often in some of the poorest areas of the country. And in any event, let me say, I could easily turn around to you and say, but Camden and Brent are doing better than Wandsworth. I mean,
you haven't got a single one in the top 10.
Well, what is important, actually, is to make sure that the schools that we have are schools of decent high standards for all our children. And I want to say this to you, make it very clear. If there are local education authorities that aren't performing well, we want to raise their standards too. But I don't believe that the Conservatives can turn round after 18 years of government and say it's all the fault of local authorities.
Well, it's either the fault of local authorities or it's the fault of central government or it's the fault of the combination of the two, or it's a consequence of people seeing how badly schools perform in particular areas and taking the decision that you took and moved your child out of that local authority area.
Well, of course, if we're going to provide real choice for people, then we need to raise the standards in our schools. That's precisely what we're doing. I mean, let me give you another policy initiative that we've put forward, which is to try and link up all the schools to the information superhighway, use the new technology in order to bring lessons, a better standard and quality of lessons, into the classroom. We've put forward another proposal we've got is for greater use to be made of what are called associate teachers in the classroom, people from in the community who aren't teachers themselves but can come into the classroom and increase to the benefit of the pupils the number of adults actually in the classroom. There are all sorts of things that we can do. And of course it will take time to raise the standards of education in the country. And of course, if we could get our welfare bills down and the spending on unemployment, we could get more resources into education.
Is it now a definite commitment that you will wire up all schools to the net?
We said, as indeed the cable companies and British Telecom have made it clear, that they will do that as part of the process of ensuring that they get into the market.
But that's not a commitment.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying there's a specific time by which it can be done, but I believe that it can be done. And also over this next period of time, again, you're probably aware that there's been a committee under Dennis Stevenson, who's a well-known businessman, who's been looking at how we, in fact, develop that technology, develop the software and the hardware in schools. So, you know, even in opposition, we are trying to break new ground and bring forward policies that improve things for people. But as I say, it won't happen overnight.
Can you tell us where you stand on selection? David Blunkett told you at a party conference, read my lips, no selection by interview, examination or any other means. Wirral South, we were told the grammar schools would survive. What exactly is your policy?
Well, the position is that we're not going to close any good school, and it's not our policy to close the remaining grammar schools. What is important is not to do away with those selective schools that exist at the moment. What is important is not to return to the general system that you have secondary moderns and grammar schools, because the great problem there, as you know, is that 80% of the children then went to secondary moderns and were considered to have failed the educational system.
So reading your lips, it is some selection.
Well, look, there are 160 grammar schools, and how many schools in the country? 25,000. It is foolish to go and pursue the remaining grammar schools rather than lift the standards of those comprehensive schools to which the vast majority of parents, including myself, send their children.
But you have no objection in principle to selection?
Well, I do have an objection in principle to going back to the old 11+ system. I think that's wrong. And what I'm saying...
Those children who have to go through it now, you're not going to do anything to lighten their load?
No, because, look, you've got to decide where your priorities are going to be. Are we going to end up, you know, waging war on the remaining 160 grammar schools, or is it not better to concentrate on raising the standards of the schools that the vast majority of people use? And if I can just say this to you, you see, I think the choice, this again is the essence, if you like, of a new Labour approach. The choice is not between leaving the schools as they are and going back to the 11+. You can modernise the comprehensive system to take account of setting within schools and different streams of pupils within schools, so that their different abilities are taken account of, but you're not going back to the 11 plus and dividing kids up into successes and failures at the age of 11.
How would we know at the end of 5 years in government that you had been successful in education?
If there was an improvement in results and standards.
But there's an improvement in results and standards now.
Well, actually, there's around about half our children are not, at the age of 11 don't have the proper literacy requirements that they need. We've actually got a very poor situation.
So the eradication of literacy and numeracy need. I mean, how do you judge it?
By improvement within the system. No, a substantial improvement, a significant improvement.
What's a significant improvement?
I'm not going to put a sort of specific percentage on it because I think that's daft. But look, let me tell you what I think a lot of parents feel at the moment. There are good schools, and a lot of teachers are doing a difficult job in very difficult circumstances, but there aren't enough good schools because many of our schools are failing. And many of those schools could improve dramatically. Now, you asked me what's the test. The test is extending educational opportunity. Now, you can measure that by standards and results, but I think people will know if the choice is there in schools because you've got decent, good schools for people to choose from.
Let's talk about the NHS. Your people have identified what they believe to be a looming black hole in funding of the NHS, and yet the only new money you seem to be able to liberate is 100 million in the context of 33 billion that you'll get from getting rid of bureaucrats. That is not going to make a big difference, is it?
We hope we can do more than that, but that's the limit of our initial promise. But the reason that we are saying this is because the National Health Service, which is a great institution, we founded it, it used to have very low administrative costs. It's now got very high administrative costs. There has been an increase, just the increase in funding on administration is $1.75 billion. Now that is because every single thing that is done in the health service today requires paperwork, contracts, transaction costs and all the rest of it. And we've ended up with a two-tier health system where some people are getting decent treatment, other people aren't. Now we will change that system. I believe it will probably in the end yield far more than £100 million, but I'm not going to promise what I can't, what I can't commit myself to deliver in the sense that I'm saying this is the same as the commitments that we have given.
Will you better the Tory promise to improve spending on the health service year on year in real terms?
Well, I believe that we will do substantially better than the Conservatives.
Believe is one thing, a promise is another.
Well, they say that they're promising it, but look at the figures that they're giving for the next 2 years, where they're saying that they're not going to increase health service expenditure. So if you're saying to me, go back and look at the figures under the year-on-year increase, even under the last Labour government, which didn't have the benefit of North Sea Oil and all the rest of it.
Let's look at it from another way. At the end of 5 years, how will we judge whether you have done what you wanted to do in the health service? I mean, will it be... Will we be able to say Tony Blair has failed if there are still people lying on trolleys in corridors, for example?
Well, I gave an example of what could be the test of that, the yardstick, in my party conference speech, and I'd repeat that to you now, which is that I would like to see a situation in which we had reduced spending on bureaucracy and increased it on frontline patient care. And I also believe as part of that we will have reduced waiting lists beyond where they are at the present time, which is what the commitment that we have set out recently in our policy documents. But again, I say to you, it will take time to do this. It won't happen overnight.
But you're not even going to give a promise that there'll be no situations in which people are lying on trolleys in corridors?
Well, look, I believe that we will end that situation. But if you're saying to me, are you going to commit yourself to saying that everything in the health service is going to be put right? I can't do that. What I can say is that we will start the process. And I believe people in this country, see, when I was doing this meeting now with those people that have come over to the Labour Party, a woman put a point to me I thought was a very good point. She said, all I want is for you to make promises that you can keep. Don't tell us you can do everything. And the people in this country want that. They know that we can't put 18 years right in 18 days.
OK, well, let's look at one of the pledges that you have made then. You say that there would be no increase in the basic rate or higher rate of income tax. Does that mean that someone like Cedric Brown will pay no more tax under a Labour government?
Well, it means that his basic and top rate of tax will not go up. Now,
that's not quite the same, is it?
Look, if what you want me to do is to write the budgets of all the Labour governments, then we're not going to do that. But let me just make this clear to you. Every single spending commitment that we have is properly costed. So there are no hidden spending commitments requiring hidden tax increases. Okay? So there's no plan in the back pocket with all these spending increases that require taxes. We have said in addition to that, however, that on the basic and top rate of pledge, we've given a specific pledge for this Parliament because we believe it's important. But there may well be changes, for example, the 10p starting rate of tax that we want to introduce.
Okay.
And that is very, very important, that all the way through that we are making these changes from principle.
Will you give an assurance that, for example, higher rate tax relief on pension contributions will continue for the duration of a Labour government?
I will give you exactly the same answer that the Chancellor would give to that. I'm not writing a budget now. But the idea that anything in our programme demands that is false. There is nothing in our... No, it is exactly the question that people are entitled to ask.
You can't even promise that people will continue to get tax relief on mortgage interest payments.
You're putting words into my mouth. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying there is nothing in our proposals and the programme that we have published that make that the case.
You won't even say whether people will continue to get employee tax benefits, for example, on pets, or whether school fees at private schools would remain exempt of VAT.
I'm saying to you precisely what Kenneth Clarke would say if he was sitting in this chair now, or John Major, which is that I'm not writing budgets 5 years in advance, or even a year in advance, but there's nothing in our proposals or in our programme that imply such things.
But the point about that assurance is that it could have been given by John Major before he, as you put it, brought in 22 tax rises.
Yes, which is precisely the reason why, all the way through, what we are saying is that we're not getting to the position of writing the budget now, but the idea that because we don't go through every single one of the 200 or 240 reliefs and say, well, there's this there and that there, and this is what excise duty will be in 3 years' time, nobody can do that. But the idea that as a result of that, you can construe us as saying, oh, well, we're going to do this. There's nothing in our programme that is hidden at all. And all this stuff about £30 billion worth of spending promises is false. It is a false piece of Conservative propaganda. And my answer on future budgets is precisely the same answer as the Chancellor or the Prime Minister would give.
The pledge on income tax applies to all citizens of the UK, does it?
Of course, it's a pledge on income tax and income tax rates.
Including people in Scotland?
Of course.
Why are you then proposing to campaign that Scottish Assembly have the right to raise income tax?
Because every single, the most minor parish council in the country has the ability to vary revenue. The idea that there's something appalling or shocking...
Well, then the pledge doesn't apply to people in Scotland, does it?
Well, yes, it does, as a matter of fact, because the Labour Party certainly got no plans to raise people's taxes in Scotland.
But you want a Scottish Assembly to have the right to do it?
I want a Scottish Parliament to have the ability to vary revenue. And that is an ability, I may say, that the Conservatives used to advocate in relation to Scotland. It doesn't mean to say the Labour Party is going to do it.
Though. We're talking about
yes, I know, and I've just told you in relation to me. But if you're saying because they've got the power, that therefore means you're going to bung their taxes up, that's absurd. You might as well say that because the present government have got the power under the tax system to take everyone's income away in tax, it means they're going to do it.
Just on the subject of this Scottish Assembly, while we're talking about it, isn't it purely fair that once the Scottish Assembly has the right to address domestic issues, the number of Scottish MPs at Westminster is reduced?
No, I mean, that is not the proposal that the Conservatives make in relation to Northern Ireland. It's not the proposal that we make there. Look,
it's nothing to do with your own electoral advantage.
No, it's not to do with our own electoral advantage. Indeed, there have been times when Scotland has been far less Labour than it is today. But, you know, the plain fact of the matter is this is not a system of federation. It is a system of devolution. Westminster members of Parliament are agreeing to devolve specific parts of legislation over local services to Scotland, and in exactly the same way as indeed the Conservatives are proposing in relation to Northern Ireland, we make that proposal in relation to Scotland.
You make a great virtue of openness, transparency. We all know what a Labour government would do. In the spirit of openness, I asked John Major this question last week, and he declined to answer it, but perhaps you'd like to answer it. How much money have you got to spend on the election campaign?
How much money have we got to spend? Well, I'm not sure of the exact figure off the top of my head, but it'll all be published in our accounts.
But, I mean, are we talking tens of millions? I mean, roughly? How big's the war chest?
Well, Jeremy, I don't know offhand. I mean, if you give me a bit of notice, I can
Right.
find out for you. But in any event, the difference between ourselves and the Conservatives is the figure will be published.
Right, and you can guarantee, can you, guarantee there will be no foreign donors among the people who contributed to it?
I can guarantee that there are no foreign donations that we have accepted, and if anyone has accepted them, they certainly shouldn't have, and I know of no such donations.
One of the things that people admire about you is that you are one of the few politicians who's been prepared to say, I used to believe this, I now believe that. I've thought about it and I've changed my mind on all sorts of issues, from privatisations, council house sales, all sorts of things.
I mean, I've always been a moderniser in the Labour Party, to be blunt about
So
it.
you haven't changed your mind on those things?
No, sure, of course I've changed my mind on issues, but I'm saying to you that, I mean, just, not that you were suggesting this, but this idea that somehow I was some sort of wild-eyed left-winger that became a moderate in the Labour Party in the last few years, I've always been a
But
moderate.
when exactly did you stop thinking that council house sales were wrong, for example?
Well, it was actually under the last Labour government the idea of selling council houses first came up. And, you know, I think there were lots of people in the Labour Party, I myself, along with many others, who tried to change the Labour Party round from some of these attitudes.
But when it comes to the question of privatisation, you now clearly believe in privatisation. You say you're going to stick to the government spending plans. Those government spending plans include 1.5 billion proceeds of privatisation.
Well, those are proceeds, if you're talking about next year.
Sure.
In my understanding of it, those are proceeds that are coming in from the sale of nuclear and rail that are
Right.
already coming in any event, so you
So
couldn't stop them even if you wanted to.
There's nothing that you plan to privatise?
Well, there's no sort of list of things that we're saying we're going to privatise, but I look at these things on their own merits.
Sure.
I mean, it depends whether it's in the public interest to do it or not. You know, I don't take an ideological view of this. I think the problem for the Conservatives is that they do. So, you know, on issues like pensions, for example, they're going to effectively privatise the state pension. That will mean higher taxes in the short term, the loss of people's tax relief on pension contributions, and we won't have any savings for over 50 years.
The point I was getting to about changing your mind and being prepared to change your mind and not being ideological about things is that surely it is a great deal easier to do that when you're in opposition. When you're in government, when you're sitting there in Downing Street with these rather lonely responsibilities on your shoulders, it rather demands the strength of purpose that someone like Mrs. Thatcher had, and a willingness not to change your mind.
Well, of course, you've got to be determined in the purpose you've set out for the country, which is precisely what we've done as a Labour Party. Look, we've set out a draft manifesto last year that we put to our party membership. We have undergone this massive change and transformation of the Labour Party in the last 3 years. When I became leader of the Labour Party, I set myself certain clear objectives. We needed to bring our ideas and philosophy up to date. We needed to transform the culture of the Labour Party. We needed to transform its membership. And we needed then to devolve, you know, new, or rather, have new policies arising out of that were relevant for today's world. In each case, we've done this. You know, we've done it all the way through. Now, for the country, I set the same clear objectives and clear purposes.
When it comes to a question like Europe, apart from the social chapter, what is the difference between you and the Conservatives?
I think the big difference is that our attitude is one of wanting to get the best out of Europe for Britain and believing you have to be properly engaged in order to do that. And secondly, probably the biggest difference leading on from that is that we don't have the type of internal bickering the Conservatives have had. I mean, they're hopelessly divided over Europe, and they've been unable to represent the country as a result of that.
Well, you're divided over it too. It's
We're
just not
you know.
been so important.
No. Look, you tell me, could the Conservatives have put a draft manifesto to their membership, even their MPs, even their cabinet?
Okay, so the difference between you and the Conservatives is that you say you will fight harder for Britain's interests
Well, we'll fight
because
more
you will,
successfully.
right? And you're not divided, you say, despite the fact you had what, 60 people voting against Maastricht in your party?
No, I don't know that was the exact figure, but in any event, there were lots of people who were worried about monetary union on economic grounds. What we don't have is the sort of visceral anti-Europeanism that's dominating parts of the Conservative Party today.
You expounded some of your views on Europe this morning in The Sun. Would you rather they had not appeared opposite a bare-breasted woman?
I think what is important, actually,
Yeah.
Jeremy, is that they appear and that
Well,
people understand what our position on Europe is.
I mean, it's relevant to the question of your character. Isn't it? Do you not find the use of naked women in newspapers offensive?
Well, I really think there are more important things to concern ourselves with. And, I mean, if I may say so on the issue of Europe, I mean, if you don't mind, if I can leave the issue of topless women for a moment and return to the issue of Europe, what is important is that people understand what our position is, that we are going to fight for Britain's national interest, that there will be a referendum, if there's any question in the next Parliament, of going into the single currency, and that the test for us, whenever this issue arises, should be Britain's national interest. Now, I think that is what is important. And all this Tory propaganda about sort of selling the country short or giving away the national veto is just the type of nonsense that it is.
Tony Blair, thank you. And tomorrow night, as the final interview in our series with party leaders, I'll be talking to the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Paddy Ashdown. Tomorrow's page 3 of The Sun, an official election-free zone, apparently features someone called Lana Cox. Tony Blair made it to page 1, but not that far. The endorsement of The Sun is bad news for the Tories. After a long courtship, Rupert Murdoch has succumbed and told Britain's biggest-selling daily to come out for Labour. Martha Carney traces the conversion of the Thatcher fanzine to New Labour.
Gotcha. The Sun surprised everyone tonight with its backing for Blair. The Sun says the Tories are tired, divided and rudderless. Tony Blair is apparently a breath of fresh air. Today's paper, with a Eurosceptic face from the Labour leader, shows just how Labour has tried to woo the Sun.
I think it's a very important development in the campaign, and of course we're grateful to the Sun for their support. We've got it, though, because we are a new and different party. We have earned this support, and now what we've got to do is to gain the trust of all the Sun's readers, and that's what we're going to spend the next 6 weeks doing.
Labour blamed the Sun's onslaught last time for its defeat, a convenient smokescreen perhaps for more difficult questions about policy and the party leadership.
I make and I seek no excuses, and I express no bitterness when I say that the Conservative supporting press has enabled the Tory party to win yet again.
Tony Blair has been very keen over the last couple of years to win the support of the Sun, because it is a very important factor in elections. The work that I've done shows that if the Sun had backed Labour at the last election, it probably would have been a dead heat. It certainly would have made a big difference. It certainly would have meant that John Major would not have been in Downing Street.
Tony Blair has been actively courting Rupert Murdoch, even travelling to the other side of the world to speak to a conference of his executives. While there may be no overt deal to win over the Sun, Rupert Murdoch was reassured by Labour's stance on the Broadcasting Act. The party opposed restrictions on owning both newspapers and TV stations. But how much good will tomorrow's endorsement by the Sun actually do?
One of the important lessons of the studies of the impact of newspapers on voters is that insofar as they do have an impact, it isn't over the short few weeks of election campaign, it's over the much longer period of the 5 years or so of a parliament. So if the Sun is doing any damage to John Major, then that damage will already have been done by the fact that it hasn't really been supporting him very strongly ever since Black Wednesday in 1992. And of course, it's worth bearing in mind that in deciding to back Tony Blair, the Sun isn't necessarily simply trying to persuade its readers, but it will be well aware of what the opinion polls have been saying, what its own readership has been saying, and in many respects it's decided to stick with Tony Blair because that's where its readers are already.
Tonight, the Liberal Democrats said that while they were pleased that the Sun acknowledged that it's time for some kind of a change, they don't think that Labour offered much of one. While a Tory Central Office source said that it wasn't editorials which count, but the votes of millions of Sun readers, and that they will prove the Sun wrong on election day. The Conservatives can comfort themselves with one thought. As the Sun's support for Blair is still somewhat grudging, they're unlikely to confront these kind of echoes of 1992.
Well, we're joined now by 3 journalists, Polly Toynbee, Peter Riddle, and from Wapping by the editor of the Sun, Stuart Higgins. Mr Higgins, what do you reckon your endorsement's worth to Labour?
Well, I think that's a matter for them. That's a question for Mr Blair, really, Mr Paxman. I think clearly they are going to be delighted at it, but let them be under no illusions that we're going to give them an easy ride. We have come out quite simply tonight because we believe Mr Blair is the right man to lead us into the next government, but we will be tough on him, as we've been with him up until now, as with Mr Major as well.
Now, we've got this big double-page editorial here, but one particular salient thing you put in bold stands out. The Tories have all the right policies, but all the wrong faces. What does that mean?
Well, that's right. I think what we're faced with, if we were to come out and support Mr Major again, he perhaps gets in by a very narrow majority, and the idea of a tired, worn-out Tory government either fighting among itself to find a new leader or being led limping along, paralysed by division with a narrow majority by Mr Major, cannot possibly appeal to anybody in this country.
So it's a personal thing?
It's a Sun newspaper thing.
Right. Has this decision got the full backing of your staff?
Well, I hope it has. I've not gone around the staff and asked them individually. I hope that journalistically we're all sensible enough and intelligent enough to know that we will back the stand of the newspaper.
So you'd be surprised to hear if some of them were deeply unhappy about it?
Well, if somebody is unhappy about it, I'm sure they'll come to me and discuss it.
Peter Riddle, what do you reckon this endorsement is worth?
I think it's more symbolic. It's worth some enormous headlines for the next 2 days. I tend to agree with John Curtis's analysis. I think what matters is over the long term. And I think what's interesting there is the fact that the Sun has given Tony Blair a much fairer win than it gave Neil Kinnock before the last election. And that matters in news coverage. That's the important thing. I don't think actually the leader line matters very much. I don't think it's the Sun what won it. I think what matters far more is that over the long term, that the Sun's given Tony Blair a fair win. That makes a difference. It doesn't really make much impact over the next few weeks.
Polly Toynbee, do you think it's got any significance?
I think it's a very dark day for journalism, and I think it's a very dark day for democracy.
Oh, come on.
I tell you why. The Sun has, up until now, been strongly Eurosceptic. None of its policies in any way led up to this. This has left us in the position where they've made a sudden U-turn, either just because they think Labour's going to win, and the Sun always wants to be on the side what won it, or maybe even to claim that they won it come the day. But I actually think, I'm afraid that I think it's something more sinister. Rupert Murdoch at the moment is poised to take over the whole of the future of digital satellite broadcasting, possibly digital terrestrial as well. The bid is in. Possibly before the election, the ITC will make up their mind whether Rupert Murdoch's consortium gets it. He desperately needs Labour Party support for his bids. He minds more about his commercial bids than he minds about his political positions. He is using yet again his newspapers not to decide on the best governance of the country, but on his own commercial interests.
Stuart Higgins, can you help us on a point of fact? I thought it was pretty clear beforehand that Rupert Murdoch was going to tell you who to vote for. Did he? Did you actually do this on his instruction?
No, I did not do it on his instructions, and it's typical of Miss Toynbee to take this cynical view about the Sun. Mr. Murdoch is in consultation with me and my senior colleagues every day, certainly on a momentous decision like this. The idea that we are coming out to support Mr. Murdoch's commercial future is complete cobblers.
Consultation as in the sense of he's your boss?
That consultation usually is a two-way activity.
So you're saying that he had nothing to do with this decision today?
I didn't say that, Mr. Paxman.
Right. He had something to do with it.
But consultation is talking to each other, as far as I can gather.
Right. Did he mention during these conversations that he had a vested interest in Labour's new relaxed attitude towards his ownership?
Not at all. I mean, Mr. Murdoch, it should be known, and is active, is a very prominent businessman throughout the whole world, and would see Mr. Major as much as he see Mr. Blair. The fact is that Mr. Blair went to Hayman Island to see Mr. Murdoch. There was much made of that meeting at the time. As far as I know, there's been no deal done behind the scenes, and certainly we have been, as Miss Toynbee would follow very carefully when she reads the tabloids every morning, that we have been more aggressive against Mr. Blair than we have Mr. Major over recent weeks. It does not hold together. The evidence is not there.
Stuart Higgins, thanks very much. Now, Peter Riddell, can you help us? Clearly the hope here, as far as the government is concerned, is that long campaign, Labour will start making mistakes. On the basis of what we've seen today, Labour, very, very orchestrated, low-key, hand-picked group of completely reliable, trustworthy people who weren't going to cause Tony Blair any trouble. John Major down in his soapbox amongst a bunch of hecklers. That isn't necessarily going to happen, is it?
Well, it's interesting, the images today. We had Tony Blair at the time of the announcement at lunchtime in a primary school in South London. Then he goes off and does the meeting in the most marginal seat, the swing seat, if you want to get an overall majority, which is Gloucester. That's the turn seat. It's kind of, 78th on the list. the contrast. John Major is torn between appearing prime ministerial in Downing Street, then among the rough and toughs of the hecklers. So it's a rather contradictory image. And one appears to be the incumbent and the other the challenger, and it's the rather reversed way from what normally sees it. But no, the theory the Tories have is long campaign will somehow rattle Tony Blair. There's no sign of that at all in your interview. And secondly, I think also the reason is it gets Tory MPs away from Westminster. When Tory MPs are at Westminster, it hasn't really been good news for the government. I mean, John Major believes he personally fighting the campaign will boost the ratings, and they've got nowhere to go but up.
Polly Toynbee, what do you make of it?
I think that John Major is very much on the back foot. You've only got to read the polls to see that. I think he's going to play it as the little guy, the plucky little guy on the soapbox. I don't really think that it'll work this time. I think it's going to be possibly a rather pathetic sight. There is a kind of way in which in British elections, when somebody is really down on their uppers, there is a kind of feeding which is quite brutal. We've seen it in by-elections, and I think he's going to get quite badly beaten about and persecuted. It's going to be a rather bloody and unpleasant spectacle.
And Peter Riddle, you're a stablemate at The Sun, or your paper is. Are you going to come out for Tony Blair as well in the Times?
I haven't a clue. I write my independent column. I'm not a leader writer. I think I don't agree with Polly that it's not a great conspiracy. I know there's a big debate going on amongst the leader writers with my editor about what line to take. I don't know which way it's going to go. And
you want to back a loser?
I haven't a clue what we're going to do. I genuinely don't. I write my column, which frequently disagrees with the paper's line on some things, like Europe, other times agrees with it. I think there's a danger of saying if someone agrees with Tony Blair, they're part of a great conspiracy. I think there's a danger there. Polly Toynbee's got some sympathies with Tony Blair on some things. I don't think she's part of a great Murdoch conspiracy. I think there's a great danger of being too conspiratorial about these things.
We'll leave there. Thank you both very much. Well, the one thing John Major desperately needs in the next 6 weeks is to keep his querulous backbenchers in check. He could do without the latest campaign from some MPs in the West Midlands who will meet tomorrow to decide on personal manifestos. A number of the MPs have told Newsnight that they will make personal statements not just on Europe but also on immigration. They were immediately accused by one of their Europhile colleagues of taking an approach which means that undoubtedly we're going to lose the next general election. Gordon Brewer reports.
Evening. I'm just ringing regarding the general election.
As the Tories cranked up their election machine in the West Midlands today, controversy was once again surrounding the party. Some of the local MPs have already said they'll put out personal manifestos opposing the European single currency. Now they say they may have personal statements on immigration as well.
This is not a presidential system, this is a parliamentary system, and it is inevitable that there will be slight differences of opinion within the parliamentary party. If the electorate are going to vote for individual candidates, they must know what those differences are. I shall certainly say something in my election address. I shall simply point out that I support the Conservative Party's policy as set out in the campaign guide.
Even if you're advised not to do that by the party national?
The people are perfectly entitled to advise me, but I believe that the strict control of immigration is absolutely essential to good race relations.
John Major has already made his position on raising immigration in this election crystal clear. This was his reaction when Nicholas Budgeon raised the issue in the House of Commons.
I certainly am not going to lend my voice or my policy to anything that would damage that improvement.
But this prime ministerial put-down leaves local Tory activists unimpressed. They say they back the local MPs who want to make immigration an issue.
The Prime Minister, the Conservative Party, or any party are frightened to talk about immigration for fear of losing votes. And there is nothing to fear. Somebody has to tackle immigration, full stop.
As a Conservative, we are allowed to run our campaigns as we think fit. And immigration is an issue. We're not going to put our elections through the laundry and wipe any suggestion of politics out of it. I mean, we're going to fight our election. And it will get so that we need some answers. And it's not always pretty. Politics is not a pretty game. We're there to win.
The Conservatives say they only want to counter a Labour proposal to relax one of the tough rules limiting immigration. But with a large Asian population in the West Midlands, this is a risky game for the local Tories to play. Some Asians may be attracted by the tough line on immigration. Many others may be put off. Mukesh Maria, a local lawyer, says the issue is losing votes for the Conservatives.
Over many years, Asians have divided loyalties. They have
become affluent under the Conservative rules. Conservatives have created a favorable economic climate, right? And so they tend to vote Conservative. But raising the issue near the elections is scaring Asians from Conservatives. Yeah.
The opposition parties were quick to condemn the Tories for raising immigration.
They're doing it at the wrong time. The heat of an election is not the time to be bringing up the issues of immigration. I mean, these things are discussed in Parliament, and that is the right place for them to be discussed. John Major himself has made it clear he doesn't want his MPs bringing up immigration, and I think it's the wrong place. The public aren't interested in it on the streets, and I don't think they should be talking about it.
They've shown once again on the first day of the election campaign that the Tory party is split from top to bottom, and that won't do them any good. But secondly, they've shown that the Tories have got nothing to offer on the real issues that people are concerned about, like job insecurity, the state of the health service, and lack of investment in our schools. So what they're trying to do is to deflect attention from those issues in a rather distasteful way.
More significantly, perhaps, centre-left Tories from the West Midlands denounced the stand taken by their colleagues.
If they maintain this sort of approach, then undoubtedly we're going to lose the next general election. I see no point at all in opening up these wounds, which can but give an atmosphere and impression of division in a party that desperately needs to fight this election as a united force.
Nicholas Budgeon will not back down. On immigration, he has the support of several other local MPs, and they may issue a statement after a meeting tomorrow. On the single currency, he fully intends to have a sceptical manifesto of his own.
I'm going to say that, that I'm not in favour of a single currency in Europe as a matter of principle.
But that is not the policy of the Conservative Party.
No, I agree. But that is perfectly true. It is not the policy of the Conservative Party. The policy of the Conservative Party is to say that they are undecided. I think it is important that if one has a slightly different emphasis, to state it.
Perhaps it would have been a miracle had the Tories' divisions disappeared just because there's an election on. So far, the miracle certainly hasn't happened.
Gordon Brewer reporting. Now in a moment, will May Day prove an auspicious date for politicians? But before that, a look at today's other news. The unstartling date of May the 1st for the election is tied up with all sorts of profound questions, like when he stands a cat-in-hell's chance of winning. In his speech in Downing Street, the Prime Minister said it was the date on which the Act of Union was signed, but it has other resonances too. When sea areas Cromarty, Forties and Southwood Sierra are kicking up rough, there's one broadcast the master of any vessel hopes never to make.
Mayday, 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 mayday. We need help immediately. We need help immediately.
Crying Mayday is an international call of distress, to be uttered only when all else fails.
The word Mayday means that something is really serious. It is the big one. It means that somebody is in real trouble at sea, and it really gets the adrenaline going, and means that you know, we must be ready to go at a moment's notice.
Mayday on land brings out maypoles, hobby horses and a lot of blokes with beards and clogs. It's hard to imagine Doctors Mawhinney and Cunningham among them.
Well, I suppose on a very simple level, it brought people together in a celebration of themselves. So they met up at the end of each year. But more than that, I mean, it was a relaxation after those hard days of winter, which we still have. People would get together and celebrate the coming of spring.
Cromwell and the Puritans loathed the gaiety and banned May Day celebrations. They complained that only 1 in 3 virgins who went into the woods to celebrate returned intact. But how auspicious a date is May the 1st? The Duke of Wellington, who helped beat Napoleon and became Prime Minister, was born on May the 1st, 1769. The leader of the Cato Street conspiracy, a plot to assassinate the British cabinet, was beheaded on that date in 1820. And in China, May the 1st, 1966, saw the launch of the Cultural Revolution to wipe out bourgeois ideology. May Day became a major holiday in the Soviet Union and other communist countries after it was designated Labour Day by the Socialist International in 1889. The decision to make it a bank holiday in England, Wales and Northern Ireland was taken by Michael Foot in 1978, a political decision no doubt aimed at expressing workers' solidarity, as was the proposal by the Conservatives to abolish the bank holiday.
You have made your opposition to that socialist holiday quite clear in the conference motions. May Day could be abolished and gone as early as 1995.
The autumn replacement was to have been dubbed Trafalgar Day, but that sounded insufficiently European.
This is Mayday, 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 Mayday. We are having to abandon ship.
So what is May Day? A fertility rite, a celebration of spring, and a call of distress. All will be true this year. Tomorrow morning's front page is a Major and Blair hit campaign trail, neutral headline in the Times, blow to PM's campaign, that's the endorsement of the Sun in the Financial Times, the long goodbye the Guardian, Labour surges to 28-point lead in the Telegraph, Major's back on the box, the soapbox that is, Major's been knocked off his soapbox according to the Daily Mail, and that's what done it. The Sun backs Blair, and a pretty, oh gosh, what an independent headline there from the Mirror. I'll win for our kids. Right, that's all from Newsnight tonight. I'll be back with more tomorrow night. Until then, from all of us on the programme, good night.
On the midnight hour in 34...
Labour's planning to catch more privatised companies with its windfall tax. The Israeli government bulldozes ahead with its plans for new Jewish settlements in Jerusalem. And the show must not go on. Actors threaten to close provincial theatres in a row over pay. Good evening. On the first full day of the election campaign, more details have been emerging about Labour's plans for a windfall tax on the privatised utilities. More companies are likely to be hit by the tax than had been expected, including the British Airports Authority, BT, British Gas and Railtrack. Labour wants the money to fund a £3 billion programme to create jobs for young people and long-term unemployed. It was the first issue to come up as electioneering began in earnest, as our political editor Robin Oakley reports.
Photo opportunity spotters are key figures in elections these days. Association with excellence is the name of the game, and so the Prime Minister was sent today to the McLaren Formula One factory to meet Melbourne Grand Prix winner David Coulthard. The driver was spared the embarrassment of revealing his political colours.
Are you going to be voting Tory, David?
Don't ask. She's trying to cause trouble. Take your notice off.
With no more obvious political relevance, John Prescott, named Mr. Motivator by his leader, was on tour in Cornwall playing TV reporter.
Can you see him sitting down?
He was beamed back to London by satellite.
There he is. Hello, John.
But Mr. Blair's unlikely ever to get to eat the pasty over whose presentation Mr. Prescott presided. Tomorrow, a pizza for the Italian vote? It was Labour, though, who introduced the policy element, repackaging their proposals to get 250,000 young people off the dole, with the proceeds of a windfall tax on privatised utilities. The Shadow Chancellor promised a new cabinet post to tackle unemployment and a business leader to head a task force, but he wouldn't list the companies which would have to pay the tax.
I don't think you would expect a Shadow Chancellor to go through company by company. That is not the legislation. The legislation will be non-discriminatory. It is utilities that are regulated and licensed by statute, and I think those utilities know themselves that that is the position.
In huddles afterwards, aides said they couldn't issue a list for legal reasons, but it became clear it would include, along with gas, water and electricity companies such as British Telecom and Railtrack. At a Tory press conference, Kenneth Clarke hailed his government's record on inflation and interest rates and attacked Labour's plans.
The windfall tax, which as I understand it is due to raise either £3 billion or £5 billion out of key British industries, is a serious threat to our continued recovery. There's no getting away from the fact that it loads a new cost onto gas, electricity, water, telephone, things which are quite critical to household bills and family bills in this country.
The Liberal Democrats leader, Paddy Ashdown, said Labour were now so close to the Tories on many issues they didn't offer a choice but an echo. His campaign team said he wouldn't rush through shopping centres patting people, but would stop and listen.
We'll be concentrating not on the negative attacks. We won't take part in that. If we're attacked, we'll respond. But we will concentrate on putting across the messages that we think the country wants to hear about what we are going to do.
The election atmosphere was also heating up the Commons this afternoon, where the Speaker intervened to chivvy Liberal Democrat Simon Hughes.
Mr. Hughes, spit it out! Come on!
His allegation was that Mr. Major had launched the record-length election campaign to prevent the appearance of a report into sleaze allegations, centring on claims that Tory MP Neil Hamilton had taken cash for asking parliamentary questions. Mr. Ashdown and Labour have tonight taken up the claims that Parliament's being dissolved especially early to make sure there's no time for the Privileges Committee to consider an imminent report from Sir Gordon Downey, the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards. The government denies such allegations, pointing out that Mr. Major had long indicated his desire for a marathon campaign. But the row will inject new bite into the early election skirmishes. Robin Oakley, BBC News, Westminster.
The Shadow Chancellor said the windfall tax would help Labour put thousands of people back in work. He said today's Select Committee report criticising price controls in the privatised gas and electricity industries justified his targeting of excessive profits in the former public utilities. Shares in at least one privatised company that had been hoping to escape the tax fell sharply.
British Airports Authority, which operates Heathrow and Gatwick airports, today found itself at the centre of Labour's tax plans. Indications from Gordon Brown's office that it would be considered as a target for the windfall tax sent its share price tumbling. The company was not amused.
BAA is not a utility, has never been a utility, never had excess profits, and invested heavily in national infrastructure. So we believe when they actually look at the criteria they're going to apply, that it'll be clear it wouldn't be fair to apply it to BAA.
The principal targets of Labour's windfall tax plans are well known. They include the regional water and electricity companies and British Gas, now split in two. British Telecom and the electricity generating companies have been more doubtful. But until now, BAA and Railtrack, also mentioned today in Labour briefings, have been outside bets.
I think in the case of the water and electricity sectors, particularly the monopoly companies, it is accepted that if a Labour government were to take place, then it's long odds on they would actually have to pay a windfall tax. I think too we've seen one or two other companies, like for example Railtrack, whose share price is likely to fluctuate depending on whether or not they're on the hit list.
Southern Electric, one of the regional electricity companies, today announced more price cuts for its 2.5 million customers, but it has few illusions about being in the frame for the windfall tax.
I think it's a fair bet that we are likely to be, and that although we don't know the basis on which that windfall tax would be levied, nor the amount.
Labour says the privatised utilities have made excessive profits. Since 1990, somebody investing in a broad spread of shares has enjoyed an annual return of 13%. But on Southern Electric shares, the annual return has been a staggering 32%.
That's true, and that makes a political case for the windfall tax, but it still doesn't change the reality, which is that a windfall tax would hit current shareholders, not the shareholders who bought the shares for less than they were worth, and that a windfall tax is not the best way of tightening up regulation, which has already begun.
A report today from an all-party committee of MPs said the regulators of the privatised utilities had failed consumers. Labour said that backed the case for a windfall tax. But opponents of the tax say it'll hit small investors while leaving the fat cats unscathed. Greg Wood, BBC News.
Senior Liberal Democrats in Scotland have suggested that the Union flag and the national anthem should be scrapped. In a pamphlet spelling out their vision of a new federal United Kingdom, the MPs Malcolm Bruce and Ray Mitchie said both the flag and the anthem had become devalued by their associations. Liberal Democrat headquarters have denied that the idea is party policy. Scotland correspondent Andrew Castle reports.
The Scottish rugby team and their fans have already jettisoned the national anthem in favour of the folk song Flower of Scotland. And according to two senior members of the Scottish Liberal Democrats, a federal Britain would do the same, and with it would go the Union flag. Both, they say, are symbols tainted by the far right, hijacked by the Conservatives, and which no longer command the respect they once did throughout the UK.
Let's have a bit of vision, and part of that would be, I think, to have a new flag which represented particularly the federal United Kingdom instead of, as it does now in the eyes of many, the Tory party.
For the Conservatives, staunch defenders of a union they say is threatened by Home Rule pressures north of the border, it provided a welcome target.
I think this is a joke policy from a joke party. I find it astonishing that they're going to run some kind of Song for Britain contest, and perhaps going to get the Spice Girls singing all the entries, and we'll have regional juries and Paddy Ashdown and Terry Wogan comparing it.
Even the Liberal Democrats' partners in drawing up detailed plans for a Scottish Parliament were critical.
I think this is a distraction from the main argument. We are going to put across throughout this election our strong arguments for a devolved Scottish Parliament within the United Kingdom.
The SNP, campaigning for independence for Scotland within Europe, were dismissive.
Scotland has a flag, it's called the Saltire, and we've got several national anthems, among them Scots Whay and Flower of Scotland. So I think Scotland will settle with the anthem and the flags we've got, as opposed to this harebrained Liberal plan.
There is concern among Liberal Democrats in Scotland that the controversy generated by the remarks has deflected attention from the party's detailed policy on federalism. And this evening, their leader, Jim Wallace, issued a statement disowning the comments of his own MPs. They were, he stressed, their personal views and did not represent party policy. So for the time being, whatever the setting, the national anthem and the Union flag is safe with the Scottish Liberal Democrats. Andrew Castle, BBC News, Glasgow.
Israeli bulldozers have begun...
Good evening. John Major is described as complete junk, the allegation that he tolerated sleaze within his ministerial ranks. Although the former Tory deputy chairman and MP, Tim Smith, says he did tell whips that he'd taken thousands of pounds for asking questions on behalf of the Harrods boss, Al Fayed, he claims the whips never told the Prime Minister. The failure to resolve the cash for questions scandal has dominated another day of election campaigning. Tonight we talk to Michael Portillo about whether Mr Smith is a fit and proper person to be an MP again.
Of course we must regard them as fit and proper. We must regard them as innocent until something is proved to the contrary.
Also tonight, the inevitable has happened in the Middle East. Arab resentment against Israel's bulldozing for a new settlement outside Jerusalem has seen the men of violence detonate a suicide bomb in Tel Aviv, killing 2 and injuring 40. Many key Palestinians are saying the peace process is dead. And later, thanks for the memory, MPs retire from Westminster in almost unprecedented numbers, their memories and fears and a few jokes to boot.
And the other news headlines tonight. President Clinton and President Yeltsin have failed to reach agreement on the key issue of NATO expansion at the Helsinki summit, but they have agreed to a new round of talks to reduce nuclear weapons stockpiles. The leaders also announced that Russia would become a full member of the G7 group of economies. Campaigners have hailed the admission from an American tobacco company that cigarettes are addictive and do cause cancer as the beginning of the end for the industry. But here tobacco shares have remained steady. And the Reverend W. Awdry, the creator of Thomas the Tank Engine, Gordon the Express and the Fat Controller, has died at the age of 86.
The Parliamentary Commissioner, Sir Gordon Downey, has attacked The Guardian for devoting its first 5 pages to previously unpublished extracts from evidence given to him. He said such selective leaking was against the interests of natural justice. The Prime Minister dismissed as junk The Guardian's suggestion in the paper that he knew the Conservative MP Tim Smith had taken cash for questions when he made him a minister. Our political editor, Eleanor Goodman, analyses now the allegations published in today's Guardian and the reactions they've provoked.
Rarely before can the ritual prorogation of Parliament have had such political significance. Normally it's a mere formality agreed by both sides and conducted with a ceremony going back centuries. But this time the Queen and the Speaker have been drawn into the row over whether MPs on the Select Committee on Privileges should be allowed to sit for the 9 working days before this Parliament is finally dissolved, so they can consider the report of the Parliamentary Commissioner into the allegations of sleaze which have brought this Parliament into such disrepute.
In Her Majesty's name, to prorogue this present Parliament, which Commission...
The Guardian's publication today of the evidence to the Commission painted a detailed picture of 4 Tory MPs accepting bribes and commissions and failing to declare them. Most damagingly, at the start of the election campaign, it suggested that the Prime Minister should have known of £25,000 worth of bribes paid to a minister when he gave him her job, an allegation vigorously denied by Mr Major.
Well, the Guardian story is junk, and if the Guardian had done their research, they would have known it was junk. And they would have known it because at the time I announced the Nolan report, I published a report that I'd asked the Cabinet Secretary to make. And if they had read that, they would not have printed the absurd story they printed this morning.
But Labour, delighted with the opportunity to keep the Tories on the back foot, welcomed the leak. They said it underlined the need to allow the committee to complete its work and so clear this stain on Parliament.
I think it would be an affront to the parliamentary system and to the electorate if we did not have a proper investigation so that people who are maybe taking part in the election have the facts before them, and so that the public can be reassured that Parliament is taking seriously these very fundamental allegations and is determined to deal with them.
John Major promised us last October that this report would be fully out and fully considered and put to bed with all the results before the general election. Yet again, he's lied to the electorate. And I make no apology for using that fierce word. It's true. This man is a liar. Honest John is dishonest John.
At issue is how much the Prime Minister knew about the links between Tim Smith, the MP for Beaconsfield, and the Harrods owner, Mr Al-Fayed, when he appointed him in 1994 and accepted his resignation 9 months later. Mr Smith's first contacts with Mr Al-Fayed came at least 7 years earlier, when he was a member of the Conservative Trade and Industry Committee. According to his evidence to Sir Gordon, they had a meeting in May 1987, at the end of which he was handed an envelope containing £5,000 in £50 notes. He admitted to 6 or 7 further payments of around £2,000 each, though he insisted he was acting in the public interest as well as Mr Fayed's personal interest. Mr Smith told Sir Gordon he'd had 3 meetings with ministers during '87 concerning the House of Fraser without declaring an interest. Nor did he declare his consultancy in the Register of Members' Interests, though he says this was a foolish error, not a corrupt practice, until the boss of Lonhro, Tiny Rowland, wrote to him accusing him of being paid. Mr Smith met Mr Al-Fayed 2 days later, and a week after that had his consultancy put on the Register of Members' Interests for 2 weeks, after which he says the consultancy was terminated. He says he informed the then Chief Whip, David Waddington, and the chairman of his local Conservative association that he'd failed to register interests. Downing Street says Mr Waddington instructed him to register the consultancy. 5 years later, Mr Smith was appointed a junior minister in the Northern Ireland office after the Prime Minister had consulted the new Chief Whip, Richard Ryder. In September of that year, Mr Major was told of allegations involving a number of MPs, including Mr Smith, and the Prime Minister asked the Cabinet Secretary, Sir Robin Butler, to investigate. Sir Robin questioned Mr Smith about the allegations on October the 10th and reported the findings of his inquiry to Mr Major a week later. The Prime Minister asked Sir Robin to clarify some points, but according to Downing Street, the following day agreed to accept Tim Smith's resignation in principle when the Chief Whip's action was, quote, complete. It was not until 2 days later, on the day The Guardian published its allegations, that Mr Smith actually resigned, during which time Downing Street says Mr Major had been very busy doing other things and the resignation letters were being prepared. Since then, Mr Smith has been rehabilitated and given a job on the Select Committee responsible for monitoring public spending, and today he insisted that the Prime Minister hadn't known about his links with Al-Fayed when he appointed him a minister in the first place.
It is absolutely not true, as The Guardian suggests this morning, that when I was appointed, the Prime Minister was aware of the details of all this. He was not. I saw Sir Robin Butler in October 1994, and about 10 days later, I resigned. Those are the facts, and The Guardian has it entirely wrong.
Neil Hamilton, one of the other MPs named by The Guardian today, also claimed that the evidence was partial and a travesty of the truth.
I have here my submission to the inquiry, which, as you can see, is a very weighty document of 250 pages, in which I meticulously and minutely examine the evidence, such as it is, which is put in against me. And I believe that it's a comprehensive refutation of all the allegations which The Guardian and Fayed have made against me of dishonesty or even impropriety.
Sir Gordon Downey was himself very critical of The Guardian for publishing transcripts of evidence sent to it in confidence as a party to the inquiry, but The Guardian stood by its story.
We wanted Sir Gordon Downey's report to come out, and that would obviously have been the fairer way of doing it. Sir Gordon Downey wanted that, the committee wanted that, the MPs wanted that, and we wanted that. Mr Major didn't want it, and so we're left with a situation where voters are having to go to the electoral ballot box without knowing the truth.
All week, Mr Major has been struggling to get the election campaign off the opposition's agenda and onto his own. So far, he's conspicuously failed, but tonight the Tories called on Labour to disown The Guardian or admit it was a set-up job to discredit the Prime Minister.
Eleanor Goodman. Well, earlier I spoke to the Defence Secretary, Michael Portillo, and asked him if he thought Tim Smith was a fit and proper person to be an MP.
John, I'm saying that the allegations that have been made against people are allegations that are considered by a proper process. It's just as though someone were accused of something that then went to court. There are proper processes. What is absolutely illegitimate is to try to decide matters of guilt or innocence before a process has been concluded.
Well, what is your advice then to the electors in his constituency?
My advice to the electors is that all people in this country are innocent until proved guilty.
And therefore Tim Smith is a fit and proper person.
Excuse me, why do you on Channel 4, or why do the people on The Guardian, seem to think that for members of Parliament some different rule applies, that people are somehow guilty because you say so, before the processes have been concluded? And let us not be naive about this. This is an election in which we are to put the Labour Party under the spotlight, to find out what their policies would be, to find out what they would do if they went to Amsterdam in June to negotiate on behalf of this country, to find out how much of the rights of Britain they would give up, to study whether their sums add up, to find out where all the money is coming from the promises they make. And this distraction that they have made is based on a falsehood, and the falsehood is the accusation that a report could have been published next week, which simply is not true. It could only have been given in confidence next week to a select committee who might have had a very long process of consideration ahead of them.
Well, rest assured we shall, of course, press Labour on all those policies in the course of the campaign. Well, and I hope you'll be the first to come and attack us if we don't. Where we are tonight...
I'm attacking you now, John. I'm attacking you now because what is going on here is that you're playing their game. You are not pressing them, forgive me, on Labour's policies. You're not devoting time this evening on your programme to doing that.
You've come on here to discuss the challenges that have been made against the integrity of two of your members. Now, we have here Tim Smith
I've come on
and
to
Neil
talk about
Hamilton.
all the facets of the election. And amongst the facets of this election is the fact that the Labour Party is trying to use accusations about a report that would not have been published next week in order to take up airtime so that we won't discuss what are Labour's policies.
Well, forgive me, Secretary of State...
And you, if I may say so, are going even further afield because you are asking me to comment on the innocence or guilt of a colleague. If there were a trial going on this week in the Old Bailey, you wouldn't say to me, well, what is your opinion? Is this person guilty or innocent? You would accept perfectly well that the processes have to be completed. And I really don't understand. I just do not understand.
Forgive me, Mr. Portillo, I think it's
do not understand why you think that a different process applies to members of Parliament.
Forgive me, we do not have a trial going on in the Old Bailey. We have a general election going on at which Tim Smith and Neil Hamilton are standing for election. I've asked you a very straightforward question.
And I've now answered you on several occasions.
I must ask you this question definitively.
I don't know whether you will have edited this interview by the time you show it, but I have answered you, and I have said that anybody in this country is innocent until proved guilty.
At no point have you said whether Tim Smith is a fit and proper person to be an MP. I'm asking you that question again.
John, everybody is innocent until proved otherwise. Mr. Smith wishes, like the rest of us, to be allowed for these procedures to continue to their conclusion. And if you have any interest in natural justice, you should be interested in the same thing.
I'm interested in one core issue. There's a general election going ahead. There are two of your candidates standing.
John, the fact that there is a general election does not...
the people of this country surely have the right to know whether they are fit and proper people to be MPs. And that's a question you've not been able to answer.
John, I've answered you again and again. They are innocent until proved guilty. Why will you not accept that?
Are they fit and proper people to be MPs?
Of course we must regard them as fit and proper. We must regard them as innocent until something is proved to the contrary.
So they are fit and proper of this moment
why
to be
will you
MPs?
not accept the principle by which our country lives, which is that people are innocent until proved guilty?
The Defence Secretary, Michael Portillo, talking to me earlier. Now, 3 people have been killed and 43 wounded in a bomb attack on a crowded cafe in Tel Aviv. One of the 3 was the suicide bomber from the militant Islamic group Hamas. The attack came amid mounting tension across Israel over plans to build a Jewish settlement in Arab East Jerusalem. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accused Yasser Arafat's Palestinian Authority of giving the green light to the bombers. A spokesman for Mr. Arafat said Mr. Netanyahu had created a hopeless atmosphere that resulted in the loss of innocent lives. Sarah Shah reports now on today's... Whilst Mr. and Mrs. Major were visiting a West Country fish and chip shop, a leaked Labour policy document on restoring negotiating rights for trade unions gave the Deputy Prime Minister the chance to turn the spotlight.
Effectively, what this means is that Britain's industrial and commercial companies, exceeding and excelling today on a scale we haven't seen in a generation, those companies will be turned into a battleground as the unions once more seek to achieve the 50% figure which gives them negotiating rights.
The Labour leader was in Sheffield to promote his party's policy of encouraging professional football clubs to provide homework facilities for local school children. He used an independent report warning of tough economic decisions to counterattack and challenge Mr. Heseltine on the unions.
I know myself when I was about... This is about giving rights to individual employees, the same rights they would have, for example, in the United States of America. And for the Conservatives to misrepresent this just shows how desperate they are on a day when they wanted to talk about the economy to begin with, but then this independent report has come out that has blown a great gaping hole in the Conservative claims about the economy.
The Liberal Democrat leader Paddy Ashdown took his election battle bus to Oxfordshire, where he, too, questioned the government's claims of a booming Britain.
What we're now being presented with is a classic, mini, temporary, Conservative boom, I use the Prime Minister's words, to win the election, hopefully. It won't, but that's what they want to do. Followed by the bust afterwards, which raises interest rates, raises inflation, and raises mortgages.
Well, the Scottish National Party says it will seek an injunction later this week against ITV for refusing to include its leader, Alex Salmond, in any televised debate between John Major and Tony Blair. The SNP is still awaiting to hear from the BBC about whether it will include Mr. Salmond in any debate it televises in Scotland. Apart from the TV debate, those armchair psephologists amongst us will have to depend on opinion polls to calculate how the parties are doing in the campaign. The Conservatives continue to take heart from the failure of the polls to predict their victory in 1992. But since then, the pollsters have sharpened their techniques. Peter Morgan of our election unit reports now on the impact the polls will have over the next 5 weeks.
Pollsters, like politicians, are praying for a clear result on May the 1st. Given what happened last time around, perhaps that's understandable. 5 years ago, almost 80% of the polls suggested a Labour victory. It's not the first time the polls have got it wrong. 3 out of the last 7 general elections have upset the people with clipboards. Blame for the 1992 era, though, fell on the so-called shy Tories, Conservatives who were too embarrassed to admit their preference. When asked whether they would do better this time, 100% of pollsters said yes, hopefully.
92 was obviously a huge knock. To get an election so wrong as in 92 comes as a major blow. But I think that the steps that the agencies have taken to make corrections has shown that we're prepared to accept there were errors and we're professional enough to deal with them. And I think that has actually reassured our clients that they are safe to carry on.
OK, could I just ask you, are you satisfied or dissatisfied with Mr Major as Prime Minister?
Gallup have gone one step further, abandoning face-to-face questions for a brisk quiz over the telephone.
Right, okay, then.
Most people have phones these days, and Gallup say it's a quicker but equally effective way to check public opinion.
Right, you said there were 4 in your household.
Rival agencies like Mori and NOP prefer personal contact. They say phone polls tend to leave out key groups, like those who've gone ex-directory.
My name is Carmen. I'm calling from the Gallup poll in London. You know, the people
But the
who do
greatest
market
enemy of
research.
accurate results, say the pollsters, are the media, who are too impatient or too mean to pay for detailed surveys. What's more, the real poll is still some way off.
The question says, suppose there were a general election tomorrow, for which party would you vote? And everybody knows that there isn't a general election tomorrow. So until there is a general election tomorrow, the polls are much more about mood than intention. But mood, of course, affects intention.
There's no problem with shy Tories at the dinner party on Channel 4 later tonight. Paul Watson's film offers a more selective survey of political opinion as a group of former Tories get together to chew over the major years. The result is rather like a focus group, albeit one which gets rather out of focus as the evening wears on.
There are no destitute people in England at the moment. No destitute people. I mean starving people, really starving people. Compare it with any other country.
The Arab countries, they don't have an infrastructure. All the oil money there stays in the oily hands.
I'm not homophobic. What I'm saying, in the terms of, as we were talking, in terms of biological function of the human being, in its male and female variations, is to procreate itself. What about those men that want to have babies?
They're not
in
homosexual.
California,
They are not true homosexuals.
Well, I'm sorry then. All right.
So explain homosexuality to me.
It's a freak.
No sign of any don't knows at the dinner party then. But for the more diligent pollsters, Campaign 97 will be a long haul, caught between the demands of politicians and the media. Journalists like polls, partly because they bring a sense of drama and order to a disorderly campaign. They're also a good way to challenge the claims of party spin doctors, who always insist that their private polls tell a different story. In fact, the greatest users of polls are their chosen victims, the politicians themselves. Martin Kettle at The Guardian thinks polls and focus groups are damaging democracy. Politicians use their facts and figures to target the only group who really matter to them, the floating voters.
I think that this concentration on swing voters is definitely distorting democracy, because what's happening is you're getting an election campaign which is aimed entirely at a small minority with quite sort of specific views. You know, people who were Tory in 1992 and are thinking of not being in 1997. Whereas the rest of the electorate, who have more settled views perhaps and stronger views, they don't seem to count at all.
Polls can affect the tone of a contest, as Bill Clinton found last year. With the president so far ahead, the only way Bob Dole could catch up was to adopt radical new policies.
If you start out with somebody way ahead and somebody way behind, and they both are relatively cautious people, you're going to see the lead will narrow, but will probably never be overcome.
Faced with such conflicting advice, Channel 4 News did its own highly exclusive poll tonight in a London sweet shop. Early returns suggest all three leaders are going down well, with John Major slightly ahead. Whether that's because voters are hurrying his political demise or actually like the flavour, we'll find out in 5 weeks' time.
Peter Morgan reporting. You're watching Channel 4 News. Our main headlines tonight. MPs and President Major launches the Tories' bid for re-election. Steady as she blows is the order, no new revolution. Good evening. The privatisations are almost complete. A couple more are promised, but not quite the post office yet. Education is on its way, health too. More of the reforms in hand are promised there. But in the main, the Conservative promise in its manifesto is Enterprise Britain strides on with us. Tonight, the promised tax break for some married people who care for young, old or sick dependents. And John Major on himself. Classless Britain is still a core belief. Isolation in Europe, a proud boast. We report from Wolverhampton on how Conservative policies are going down with families in the electorally marginal Midlands. And later, Oscar Wilde called them the unspeakable in pursuit of the uneatable. But have the unspeakable found a voice to battle their cause with voters?
It's just not toffs on horses in red coats. They dress up in that way for a specific reason, to keep themselves warm.
In the other news headlines tonight, scientists in America have created the world's first artificial chromosome. The breakthrough may lead to better ways of treating inherited conditions like haemophilia and cystic fibrosis. A new row has erupted over the shackling of prisoners in hospital. Wayne Brittle is being kept chained to guards after collapsing following a lung transplant. And Newcastle United score on the stock market, with their shares showing a premium after the first day's trading.
The boldest and most far-reaching manifesto any party has published since 1979. That was how John Major described the 56-page document he hopes will persuade voters to give his government an unprecedented fifth successive term of office. In part, it was the mixture as before. More selection in schools, more privatisation, this time the London Underground, a sceptically inclined balancing act on Europe, and a promise of more money for the health service. But there was one major departure from previous policy, a plan to offer a new tax break for families with dependent children or elderly relatives, but only one wage earner. As our political editor Eleanor Goodman now reports, the proposed reopened debate on tax and trust.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister.
Mr Major's hopes of turning this election depend on regaining the Tories' reputation for economic competence and convincing voters they haven't run out of ideas. So today he unveiled a manifesto designed to be both reassuring and radical.
It is time for change. Time for a change to the next phase of Conservative prosperity that will give everyone, no matter who they are, where they live, where they come from, more choice and more control over their lives. It's in the tradition of one nation conservatism. We wish to make haves of the have-nots and to bring wealth and welfare hand in hand.
Running through the manifesto were the themes of extending choice and encouraging individual responsibility for things like pensions. Many of the proposals were building on existing policies, like extending grammar schools. What was new, and indeed previously rejected by some ministers, was the idea of using tax breaks to underpin the traditional family unit.
We believe in the family. Together with our national institutions, families are one of the foundations of a free, caring and decent democratic society.
The proposal is to allow the person who isn't working in one-earner families to transfer their tax allowance to their partner, provided they're staying at home to look after a child or a dependent relative. That change, they say, will help 2 million one-taxpayer couples by up to £17.50 a week. It was the former Conservative Chancellor Nigel Lawson who introduced individual taxation for husbands and wives in 1988. Until then, they were taxed jointly and shared their tax allowances. Mr Lawson wanted to move then to fully transferable allowances, but was blocked by Mrs Thatcher. Since then, successive chancellors have been urged by Tory activists to use the tax system to provide an incentive to one parent to stay at home and look after the children. At the moment, if they do so, they lose not only their income, but their personal tax allowance. But enabling all couples to transfer their allowances would cost £3.4 billion and was therefore rejected by the Treasury, which for years has been trying to widen the tax base, not give more tax breaks. The government's more limited proposal now wouldn't help non-taxpayers, nor would it apply to single parents or the one-third of couples who are not married but have children.
There are 4.2 million children living in poverty in the UK. About 70% of those children live in households where there are no full-time workers. Most of those will not see any benefit of this change. It's not a significant measure for the have-nots.
The Tories are also proposing scrapping the additional benefit paid at present to single parents. But Mr Major denied the party was interested in social engineering. Rather, he said it was practical help for carers, which would probably, but not definitely, be introduced in a new Tory government's second budget.
What this is about is helping those married couples who have particular obligations to people in need, whether children or whether infirm parents or infirm adults. And for that reason, it's a very targeted and very practical measure of assistance.
Emma Nicholson, who as a Tory MP helped Nigel Lawson get independent taxation through, said Mr Major didn't understand.
Of course it's possible to be in favour of marriage and in favour of the family. But it does mean you have to understand that families come in all shapes and sizes.
Labour claimed the Tories had been panicked into introducing what was a very expensive spending commitment without proper consultation.
The fact of the matter is that this is a rush proposal. It is out of panic for the Conservatives to have a manifesto commitment. Mr Major is unclear how it is going to be funded, and I think the conclusion that most people will draw today is that what seems substantial in the morning seems rather puny by the rest of the day, and at the same time it is not funded, and you cannot trust the Conservatives on tax.
On the wider question of tax, the Tories again set themselves the target of cutting the basic rate to 20% within the next Parliament, but they stopped short of making that a commitment, and they've watered down some other aspirations. They now only say they will continue to reduce the burden of capital gains tax and inheritance tax.
That's a substantial watering down. It's a watering down that probably makes a great deal of sense, particularly in the case of capital gains tax, since if you get rid of capital gains tax, you risk very substantial tax avoidance. I think it will be a disappointment to the right wing of the party.
The Tories fought the last election as the party of tax cutters and economic competence. Yet 6 months later, Norman Lamont was having to withdraw from the exchange rate mechanism.
Today has been an extremely difficult and turbulent day.
In the following year's budget, he had to increase VAT himself. Today, Mr Major said he hoped to cut the basic rate, but couldn't totally rule out having to increase taxes again.
I cannot conceive, except in the most exceptional circumstances that cannot be foreseen at the moment, that we would need to increase general tax levels in the next Parliament, given our public expenditure plans and the outlook for the economy.
Somebody else got some of the
Labour's carefully coordinated response was to use the Tories' tax promises to try to substantiate their wider claim that the Tories can't be trusted.
I don't believe anything they say, quite frankly. They promise all sorts of things before the election. Mr Major has no credibility, his government has no credibility, and it's a matter of record. They never promise, they never deliver what they promise.
I do not believe that people want to hear yet another collection of never promises about the future. Of the sort that the Tories made to us last time and betrayed straight afterwards.
On Europe, Mr Major is saying no to a social chapter, no to a federal Europe, and no to giving up Britain's veto. They keep open the option of joining a single currency, but say it's very unlikely it will start on target in 1999 and that there will be no legislation on a single currency in the Queen's speech. As far as EMU is concerned, they've stuck to the formula agreed in January after such protracted negotiations between the two sides of the party. But even last autumn, dozens of candidates were saying they would put a commitment to definitely opposing a single currency in their election addresses, whatever was in the manifesto. Today, John Redwood, the leading Eurosceptic, was choosing his words carefully.
I entirely agree with the government that a fudged single currency would be very damaging for Britain, France, Germany, anyone else thinking of joining it. So I fully support their decision not to go ahead if it is fudged. I also do not see how it can possibly go ahead on anything other than a fudged basis, so I'm happy with those words as well.
When other candidates read the manifesto, they may be less circumspect, but there are things in it which will go down very well with traditional Tory supporters, in particular the further reduction in the powers of local education and housing authorities, and the idea of tax incentives to reward mothers who stay at home. But Mr Major was today also trying to reclaim the centre ground from Mr Blair. The question is whether the manifesto can itself counter what appears to be the mood in the country for change. Eleanor Goodman, Channel 4 News, Westminster.
Well, the real test of the new tax allowance plan will be whether it can win back support for the Tories in key marginal seats. One such marginal is Wolverhampton South West in the West Midlands, where Labour needs a swing of just 4.7%. Sarah Shah has been talking to people there and found that while some approved of the tax plan, many were unsure whether it would make them more likely to vote Conservative.
Wolverhampton's the kind of place which used to be Tory heartland. The Wolverhampton South West constituency has been in Conservative hands since 1950. But the town's on Labour's target list. Selling the Conservative manifesto here has taken on a new immediacy. The question is, are the voters buying?
The Conservatives have been making promises for 18 years now, haven't they? When are they going to fulfil them all? Or any of them, if it comes to that?
Could anything they say make a difference?
Not really, no. No.
What about Labour?
Well, I don't think they're much better, to be honest.
The country's seems to be doing okay to me. The economy's working well, and I can't really see why people are complaining.
The Conservative current buzzwords are independence with responsibility, but for some, their promises to shore up married couples smack of social engineering, which could push people who don't fit the right demographic pattern further into the sidelines.
I'm a single mum, yes. I'm bringing up 2 children on my own, and I find it very hard, and the Conservative aren't very helpful for us, you know, to help us out. We want to work, but they won't give us enough leeway to help us work.
What sorts of things do you think will make your mind up? What sorts of things will sway
Well, I would
you?
like them to do a lot more for the disabled. That's one thing, first thing.
Europe.
Europe, right.
Yeah.
What's your view on Europe then?
I don't think we should go in. Keep out of the single currency and just out of the trading nation.
Do you think any of the parties are really addressing that problem?
No.
Those who do stand to gain are families. If you're a married couple with only one partner working, there'll be a hefty tax break. But those like Paul and Ruth Lynn who aren't married and both work won't be any better off. They're both committed Labour supporters, although they did scrutinise the Conservative manifesto.
I have been thinking about the issues and thinking about the leaders especially. I think there is something about John Major that I do like, whereas with Tony Blair there's something I'm not fully sure about. But I think at the end of the day I feel that the country does need a change, so I think I would stay with the Labour Party because I think that they have got some new ideas.
I'm not going for personality, I'm going for policies, and if it suits me and my family then I'll go with the best party really.
Is tax something that's going to swing you?
To me, tax is always a funny subject because they'll give you in one hand but they'll take from another, and how long does it take before it comes into action? Is it just a promise now because they want our vote so badly that they're willing to say anything? But how long is it going to take, and when will we reap the benefits, and are they going to take from somewhere else?
People like Dawn do fit the Conservatives' target profile. She's married and not working, but her husband does. They'll get a tax break under the Tories.
Well, tax is very important. It's one of the main issues on who I would vote for. Because both parties are so close together on their policies, I think that something like this tax issue could sway me either way.
The Conservatives are making a demographic gamble that the 2 million or so families like Dawn's, who would be better off under the new tax promises, will play their part in the race to outperform Labour. Winning hearts and minds in places like Wolverhampton is exactly what the Conservative Party manifesto is all about. Local Conservative Party activists admit that if they lose Wolverhampton, they've probably lost the country. So far, it's inconclusive whether the Conservative Party's promises will be enough to woo back disillusioned voters. Saira Shah, Channel 4 News, Wolverhampton.
I've been talking to the Prime Minister about the manifesto, and I began by asking him how he planned to help that section of the community which is worst off compared with 5 years ago.
The way in which we can genuinely help people who are least well advantaged, if I can put it that way, is by making sure that we have a healthy, growing economy to deliver the resources to help. I'm a child of the welfare state. I believe in the welfare state. I wish to see the welfare state thrive, but it can only do so if we're able to reform it appropriately and if we're able to have an economy that grows sufficiently to fund it in the way I wish to see it funded.
This election is very much about you, about John Major and about his tenure over the last 5 years. And one of the most attractive things you said when you became Prime Minister was, I believe in a classless society. And your critics point to the fact that the poor have been hit by indirect taxation, and your primary interests very often have centred on, in fact, ensuring that the better off keep more of what they've got.
You see, with respect, I don't believe that is accurate. If you want to know the very essence of what I care about, it's in politics. It is to make sure that the people who are amongst the have-nots can be drawn into the charmed circle of the people who have. You're right. I said I believed in a classless society. I still do. I don't mean destroy the vivid tapestry of originality that is British tradition. I don't want to do that. What I mean when I talk about a classless society is making sure that everybody, whatever their income may be, wherever they start from, whatever their colour, whatever the religion, that they have the same opportunities and choice, and also the same dignity and respect that someone in a position of authority and with a substantial income could themselves have. To me, that is very important. And we are making progress, and there is more I will do in the next Parliament.
Well, that sort of brings us to your position on constitutional change, because that's one of the great differences that you would say there really is blue water between yourselves and the Labour Party, and the Liberal Democrats for that matter. here you are again after a classless society, so you say, and yet having to go to the ramparts in defence of the hereditary peerage voting rights in the House of Lords.
The real point of the Constitution is not the position of peers in the House of Lords. That is a point in the debate.
Well, it's symbolic, though.
No, it isn't symbolic with respect. The really important point is whether the plans that the Labour Party, the Liberal Democrats and the Scottish Nationalists plan for a Scottish Parliament would have the effect of setting Scotland against England and ensuring within a measurably short period of years, I don't know how long, 5 years, 10 years maybe, put the Scottish Parliament and the Westminster Parliament at such loggerheads that you would open the route to an independent Scotland and therefore the break-up of the United Kingdom as it is at present. That is the really important point.
You mentioned Scotland. I mean, they're quite, and we can leave all personality out of it, there quite obviously are genuine tensions inside the Conservative Party in Scotland about what should happen about devolution. There really are very honourable Conservatives in Scotland who believe there should be a degree of devolution.
There are very honourable members of the Labour Party who believe there should not.
Well, but then in a sense, isn't it up there for discussion?
That is, well, the number of people in the Conservative Party who would support anything remotely like the proposals the Labour Party have is zilch. Zilch. The arguments in the discussions in the Conservative Party about devolution has never been about a tax-raising parliament in Scotland. I mean, here is the Labour Party saying it's not going to increase taxes. It's preparing a budget within weeks that would put up the tax burden by 0.5% with a windfall tax. And it's planning to introduce a tartan tax in Scotland, which would add threepence to the basic rate of tax straight away, and that is for starters. Now, the Conservative Party, and no one in it, has ever proposed anything remotely like that, because it would be very unfair to Scotland to be taxed more highly. I remember the fuss in Scotland when the community charge, the poll tax, was introduced in Scotland a year before the rest of the United Kingdom. All hell broke loose.
Can we move finally to Europe? You're absolutely straightforward in the manifesto in that you spell out that we must remain at the negotiating table when it comes to the single currency. We've got to be still in there talking. And that's not, in the end, something that all of your candidates will be able to sign up to. Are you prepared to accept individual candidates in the Conservative Party identifying a different policy?
Well, that's the government's policy. That's been agreed within government, everybody within the government.
But this is a party manifesto.
Hang on, I'll come to the point. Everyone within the government and within the parliamentary party has known that has been our position for some time. I hope people in the party will respect that position. That is going to be our policy after we have won the election. Nobody should be in any doubt about the fact that that is our policy. Now, I don't yet know whether some of our candidates are going to feel so strongly about it that they will say something different. It is possible. It is also possible that lots of Labour candidates will say, as they have done, something different from their leadership's position. Now, that occasionally happens with individual manifestos, but what I am taking to the nation is the government's policy, the united position of the government, and the position upon which we would govern after we have won the forthcoming general election.
Mr. Heseltine says that will be a margin of 60 seats. What do you say?
Oh, well, he's a very wise pundit, Michael. He's been around longer than I have. I don't think I'd argue with him.
In Scotland, the Conservatives took the unprecedented step of launching their first ever Scottish manifesto and reinforcing their opposition to devolution. Many of their proposals are along similar lines to those south of the border. The Scottish Nationalists compared it to a boil-in-the-bag haggis. The Scottish Secretary Michael Forsyth said the party's aim was to preserve Scotland's identity and put it at the cutting edge of Britain. The Liberal Democrat leader Paddy Ashdown flew into Edinburgh to press home support for a Scottish Parliament and to denounce the Tory manifesto as a horror comic. Labour, which wants a referendum on devolution, dismissed Tory proposals as desperate and dangerous. The other party to formally launch their election campaign today was the SNP, with independence the goal, and its leader decidedly unimpressed with Tory attempts to woo the voter.
Given the anti-Scottish record of the Conservative Party, I think it's quite extraordinary to try and put a tartan ribbon round a fundamentally anti-Scottish package.
After the break, a full news summary and weather forecast, plus controversy over the chaining down of a prisoner in hospital in Doncaster after a lung transplant.
Tony Blair says, "Trust me," as he launches the Labour manifesto. Nothing new, but he says nothing he cannot deliver. Terrorists have paralysed the heart of Britain's motorway network. And the world's biggest fraudster, the man convicted of filching £750 million. Good evening. Labour launched its election manifesto today, a 10-point so-called contract with the people that gathered together policies and commitments the party's already made. It promised no increase in headline income taxes, to use a windfall tax to take 250,000 young people off the dole, to cut class sizes and hospital waiting lists, and to devolve power to Scotland and Wales. Tony Blair said he wasn't promising the earth, but what he could deliver. The Tories called it a contrick, not a contract. The Liberal Democrats said it was just warm words and woolly phrases. Our political editor Robin Oakley reports.
New Labour's never been short of style. Launch day for the manifesto they hope will win them their first election since 1974 saw some painstaking positioning, both on policy and personnel.
Is this just to get level pegging?
It's all about trust. If they can convince the electorate they are New Labour, not old Labour in disguise, Mr Blair believes, then they'll win. And everything was being done to smooth out any wrinkles along the way. The music and razzmatazz we've heard before, but as the crucial document was held aloft, it was without the famous smile. Mr Blair had no doubt what was at stake.
This is the historic opportunity for the Labour Party this election to become a modern party of progress and justice, to become that broad-based party, not attached to narrow or sectional or class interests, that represents all the best of the values of the centre and centre-left. This is our historic opportunity. If we blow this opportunity, we blow our place in history. It's a simple...
Arguing that a party which had changed itself had demonstrated its fitness for changing Britain, Labour's leader, who admitted that not everything the Tories had done was wrong, offered a personal 10-point contract with the people, not promising the earth, but a fresh start and measurable progress before the next election.
Our manifesto does not promise the earth. It does not say it can do everything. There are no magic wands or instant solutions. What we do say is that Britain can be better, that Britain deserves better.
Along with grander aims like a Scottish Parliament and reforming the Lords, the manifesto focused on achievable practicalities like reducing hospital waiting lists. But the top priority was education, with the promise of reductions in class sizes and zero tolerance of underperforming schools.
I don't want second best for my kids, and I don't want second best for yours. And the way to get that is to raise the standards in all our schools.
Attempting to bury Labour's old tax and spend image, there was the pledge not to increase the standard or top rate of income tax for 5 years. But what about another aspiration?
You talk of the 10p starting rate of tax as being a long-term objective. Well, in the long term, we're all dead. How long-term is your long term?
I am not going to make a guarantee on when we can do it, because I am not going to make any commitment that I cannot be absolutely sure of delivering.
Interviewed later, Mr Blair was asked why Labour needed its promised early budget. Would it just be for the promised windfall tax on privatised utilities, designed to raise the funds to get 250,000 youngsters off the dole?
It is for the welfare to work strategy. And that has to be done straight away so that we can start getting some of these young people, the long-term unemployed, off benefit and into work.
Tories are homing in on the promises of a minimum wage and legislation on union recognition. Mr Major, campaigning in the Scottish borders, insisted that New Labour remained a danger.
It is not a game of cricket running the country. You don't have one side bat and then the other. If a side's doing well and improving the quality of life in this country, let us go on and continue to improve it. Don't let someone turn back all the improvements that we have made over recent years.
The Liberal Democrats leader, Paddy Ashdown, campaigning in the West Country, will launch his party's manifesto tomorrow. He said Labour offered little of substance.
Looking at this manifesto, it makes two impossible promises. The one is to improve education and health, and the other is not to put any more money into it. And now those can't be met, and Mr Blair is going to have to decide which of those two he intends to break.
At a West London shopping centre, Labour's leader drew the kind of crowds and autograph hunters who might have greeted the first Spice Boy. But the key to what they'll do in the polling booths, he knows, is whether they'll buy that 10-point contract he's offering. A critical day has gone well for Labour. There may not be any surprises in their manifesto, but that, they say, is evidence their plans are long thought out and costed. Reassurance is now the name of their game. Robin Oakley, BBC News, Westminster.
Tony Blair said he would tackle division and inequality in society and provide what he called life chances for all. This is the detail of Labour's promises. At the core of the manifesto are policies on social welfare and education. The party says it will increase spending on education if, as the party hopes, unemployment falls, but doesn't put a figure on it. There's a commitment to cut class sizes to 30 or under for 5-, 6- and 7-year-olds. And there's a guarantee of nursery education for all 4-year-olds. The government's nursery voucher scheme would be scrapped. On the health service, Labour says it will match the government's promise to increase spending in real terms year on year and remove 100,000 patients from hospital waiting lists. The manifesto promises a royal commission to look at the long-term funding of care for the elderly and a review on pensions. On crime, Labour says it'll speed up the punishment of persistent young offenders, and it promises a new Commons vote for a ban on all handguns. The manifesto repeats Labour's commitment to constitutional change, with referendums for a Scottish Parliament and a Welsh Assembly, and an end to the presence of hereditary peers in the House of Lords. Tony Blair said his party's commitments on social policy would build a modern welfare state and strengthen family life. Here's our social affairs editor, Neil Dixon.
Labour's post-war Prime Minister Clement Attlee presided over one of the most radical administrations of this century. The state not only took over great industries like coal and rail, it also undertook to provide health, education and social security for all. His aim was to create a more equal society. Today, the man who now leads Labour presented a rather different vision for a different age.
New Labour's big idea is not equality but opportunity, specifically taking youngsters like these off benefit and putting them into work. As a young man, Clement Attlee was a community worker here. 90 years on, the problems of youth unemployment and alienation remain.
As far as I'm concerned, the politician they haven't given me nothing, not a job, nothing like that. So I can't exactly say they're really offering me anything.
I think it is very difficult because not only are you Asian, because that makes it hard, right from the start, and the fact that, you haven't got I've got some qualifications, but, they tend to say that they're not good enough.
But Labour says it'll use its windfall tax on the utilities to fund a huge new training programme. It's the party's big spending pledge. Young people will have to take a job or training. Staying on benefit will not be an option.
It's certainly a good idea to get people off social security and back into work. But I think there's a question over whether in the end it can pay for itself, particularly as unemployment falls. The people who are left unemployed take a lot of effort, a lot of work to help them back into work. It's very likely to end up at best breaking even and quite possibly costing money.
Targeting young delinquents is another Labour priority, although it's sometimes hard to distinguish their plans with those of the Conservatives. Both parties propose to make parents more responsible for their children. Both say they'll cut the long delays between arrest and sentencing. For those working with young people, that at least would be an overdue reform.
It's an excellent principle. However, I think the practicalities are another matter, because it's not only a matter for the police service, it's for the whole of the criminal justice system.
In schools too, Labour is not proposing wholesale change or vast extra spending, but it is promising smaller primary classes paid for by scrapping the Assisted Places scheme, which allows children from poorer homes to attend private schools. And running a more efficient operation is also the theme for the NHS. Here too, no extra public money is promised, other than through cutting bureaucracy and by matching the Conservative pledge to spend more in real terms each year.
For Clement Attlee, public spending was the key to a better society. For New Labour, the state is still important, but its role is limited. Like the Conservatives, the emphasis is on giving people a hand up rather than a hand out. Neil Dixon, BBC News, Tower Hamlets.
Labour attacked the government's record on the economy, saying it had created a period of boom-bust economic instability. The manifesto highlights the need to invest in industry and in a skilled workforce, but only within the government's existing public spending targets for the next 2 years. On taxation, Tony Blair promised a new trust on tax with the electorate. Labour says it won't raise the basic or top rates of tax throughout the next Parliament. It'll aim to introduce a starting rate of tax of 10 pence in the pound, but says this is a long-term objective, not a promise. And there is a promise to cut VAT on fuel to 5%. On jobs, Labour stresses its commitment to getting people from welfare to work. It promises work or training for 250,000 young people to be financed by a planned windfall tax on privatised utilities, and a minimum wage to be set at what the party says will be a sensible rate, though it doesn't say what. Employers must recognise trade unions where a majority of people in a workplace vote to be represented. And the party reaffirmed its support for the European Social Chapter, saying it wouldn't cost jobs. Well, joining me now is Peter Jay, our economics editor. Peter, can Labour afford what it's promising?
Well, some things, like the VAT, cut in VAT on fuel, will cost not more than £500 million, which in this context is peanuts. Starting the income tax at 10% can cost anything from a skyscraping 10 billion down to less than nothing, depending on how you define it. But the main thing is that a Labour government later this year, just like a Tory government if they're elected, is going to have to increase taxes because the government deficit, the government borrowing, is far too high for an economy in the present condition of the British economy. By promising that they won't increase income tax rates and won't extend VAT to food and children's clothes and things like that, Labour have forced themselves to rely on the other shots in the Chancellor's locker, but there are plenty of those, like squeezing allowances on income tax, like abolishing mortgage interest rate relief, like putting up VAT, like increasing taxes on companies. It's really not very difficult once the election's out of the way for either party.
So what are you saying, that Labour's economic policies don't actually add up?
It all depends on growth, and Labour's hopes of getting faster long-term growth within 5 years are probably about as romantic as the Tories' claims that they have already done so. And without that faster growth, then almost inevitably Labour would either have to increase the tax burden over the next 5 years, even more than Kenneth Clarke already plans in his figures to do, or they'd have to disappoint the people who think that a Labour government will mean extra money for health, education and things like that. And then they risk finding out that they've succeeded in persuading the city and business that they've nothing to fear from Labour, only at the price of persuading everybody else that they haven't much to hope.
Looking at the economic policies in the two manifestos that have been published so far, you're struck more by the similarities than the differences. Is it going to matter, economically speaking, which of the two parties you vote for?
Not much if you assume that both parties will govern precisely according to the script in their manifestos. But of course in real life it is the pressure of government over 5 years and the pressure of events over 5 years which brings out the deepest instincts and the real priorities both of parties and people. And that's the way that we're going to discover. And to the extent that you believe that the parties will break the promises in their manifestos and break them in opposite directions, then you might find that it was really quite important how you voted.
Peter Jay, thanks very much indeed. Well, that's the news from the campaign trail for the moment. There'll be more later in the programme. But now the rest of the day's news. Police believe the IRA...
And a defiant Martin Bell immediately said he'll fight him all the way and he will be the next member for Tatton. So now the voters there will be subjected to a sleaze-dominated local campaign. We'll be hearing local reaction and asking if there's anything the National Party can do to lance the boil of sleaze. Also tonight, away from the traumas of Tatton, it was churchmen, not the politicians, who highlighted a major issue for the first time in this election campaign, the depths of the divisions between the haves and the have-nots. Tonight, in the first of our Millennium Challenges, the challenge is how to tackle poverty and inequality in Britain. A millionaire, a minister, a lone mother, a pensioner and a job seeker ask the politicians responsible for their party's policy how they'll deal with inequality in 90s Britain. As Zaire declares a state of emergency and descends into chaos, we assess the likelihood of the rebels sweeping the government aside. And the highs and lows of football as we continue on our mission to jog your memories about the changes great and small in 18 Tory years. First, the events today in Tatton have an enormous surreal air. First, a standoff on the heath between Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton and Martin Bell, and then tonight, news that the allegations surrounding Neil Hamilton matter not one whit to Tatton Tories who backed him. Martha Carney is there.
And we thought this was going to be a dull election. In fact, it's been a day of high drama and farce. There was even a floodlit bowls match going on just behind me in the midst of the media circus and all the satellite dishes. But the climax came just over an hour ago. As the massed crews and press waited to hear if Britain's most controversial politician had survived, the The first man out of the meeting was his arch-enemy, local party treasurer Tony Martin, who'd been plotting his downfall. He grudgingly announced that Neil Hamilton had won.
And 182 people voted to select him as the candidate. 100 people did not vote to select him as the candidate.
In fact, 35 had voted against, 4 abstained, and 61 didn't vote at all. A vote for a secret ballot fell. It had been a triumphant end to an extraordinary day for Neil Hamilton.
Look behind you, Mr. Hamilton.
Knutsford Heath, former haunt of highwaymen, became the scene of a modern political hijack earlier today. Tatton's most famous couple affected the air of ordinary voters.
Mr. Hamilton, why are you gate crashing this press conference?
We're perfectly entitled to be here. We are constituents and voters in the Tatton constituency, unlike Mr. Bell, who lives in Hampstead.
But this is a stunt, isn't it?
What do you think Mr. Bell's candidature is? It's just a stunt. It's a media stunt.
Then, like an Old Testament prophet in white, the anti-sleaze candidate descended and parted the waters of the press.
You can't let me get at him. I can't meet him, can I? Excuse me. Get out of the way, boys. Come on now, let me Jordan, please.
He'd a hope this was the scrum of a lifetime. As the rivals eyeballed each other, Neil Hamilton was determined to goad Martin Bell.
All I want to know
Have been for ages.
is whether you think I'm guilty of any corruption.
I'm not getting into the substance of the charges against you. I don't want to. I think it'll just be a counterproductive campaign, and it'll go down the tubes, and I hope you agree with me.
Do you accept that a man is innocent unless proved guilty?
Yes, of course I do.
So you accept that my husband is innocent?
I think there's a lot of...
Do you accept that my husband is innocent?
I'm not facing an ambush here. Let's just see what comes out. I don't know. I don't know. I'm standing here because a lot of local people have asked me to stand here.
On the sidelines, the political aggression was being mirrored.
Thank you very much. You first broken man. Finished off. You're a very ignorant person. Piss off.
Perhaps Martin Bell should have poured oil on troubled waters. He then started his own press conference by introducing a war hero.
I'm not here to make comment about Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton stands by himself. I'm here to support a friend of mine and someone I think will be a great MP.
It's all a taste of the campaign to come. In the past few minutes, Neil Hamilton has been giving a victory press conference.
Well, I'm extremely pleased by the result of the vote this evening. It's an overwhelming endorsement of my candidature.
The question now is whether the support Neil Hamilton clearly enjoys in his local party is representative of Tatton as a whole. And I'm joined now by 2 local councillors who are on different sides in the war over Neil Hamilton. Jim Crockett, doesn't it make it pretty likely now that the Conservatives are going to lose one of the safest seats in the country?
Well, I should hope not. You know, I've always been a staunch supporter of Neil Hamilton, and I think it would be very wrong for us to do anything else other than adopt him this evening. He's, in my opinion, innocent until he's proved guilty. And for a good constituency MP like Neil Hamilton, who's worked very well with me and the constituents, certainly in the ward I worked in, I'm sure in the whole constituency, I think it'd be a shame if we couldn't get him re-elected.
Even though opinion polls suggest that the so-called anti-sleaze candidate Martin Bell could do very well in Tatton.
Well, Martin Bell, I don't know, I don't understand this anti-sleaze candidate. Martin Bell is, I'm not sure that he's independent or anti-sleaze. I think he had an affiliation with a political party, and I think this is all a gimmick set up to try to upset our effort.
Jim Grimson, you're obviously disappointed tonight. You've been campaigning vigorously against Neil Hamilton. Haven't you just caused a lot of unnecessary resentment, bitterness, publicity for no good end?
It would have been very easy to do nothing, but in all conscience I am a staunch party member and a supporter of John Major, and my #1 priority is to get John Major re-elected as Prime Minister. And I fear that what has happened here tonight gives him an even bigger problem.
Why is that?
He will constantly be taken away from the front page of the press by the continued involvement of the press in this issue of the one one-issue election which we now have in Tatton.
Well, if you feel so strongly about it, is there anything you can do? I know there's been a lot of talk here tonight about an independent candidate.
Well, that is not for someone like me to decide. I have no official status in the Conservative Party apart from being a member. But obviously, Central Office need to look very seriously at this situation because we cannot allow it to cloud the whole issue of the election.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Kirsty.
Martha, if I could just ask you a couple of brief points. What do you think the chances are now of an independent Conservative candidate?
Well, I think there's a real head of steam building up for one. The Conservative rebels here in Tatton were very annoyed by the idea of having Martin Bell standing because they thought he'd be seen as a journalist, not terribly popular here, and also as a kind of lib-lab man. They would like the chance to put somebody forward independently who would take some Conservative votes away from Neil Hamilton and therefore ensure that he'll lose. So I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more about that in the coming days.
And in turn, will that, do you think, put pressure on Central Office, where we understand there are moves afoot to try and have Neil Hamilton stand down, even at this late stage? I believe there are certain things that they could do.
Well, I think constitutional experts say that the idea that the party nationally can't do anything to influence local associations is a moot point. There's strong debate about it. And I think this does put the national leadership in a very difficult position. On occasion, they certainly have been briefing privately against Neil Hamilton. We've even heard of stronger efforts against Mr. Hamilton. But what they've got to do is to make sure that the issue of sleaze is knocked off the front pages. This has been an absolute extremely difficult for them in the starting weeks of the campaign. And given the campaign's been so colourful, it's very difficult to see that all the assembled press here are likely to go away. And in fact, we know that tonight that there's already the publicity machine has got going, the local publicity machine, and there's these new posters which have just been printed, "No to Neil Hamilton."
Do you think...
Back to you, Kirsty.
Thank you very much indeed, Martha. Now, in fact, we can hear in the past hour that Dr. Brian Mulwiney, the Conservative Party chairman, has been giving his reaction to the vote in Tatton. He now confidently expects the voters of Tatton to endorse Neil Hamilton.
Mr. Bell, having made it clear that he is willing to give Neil Hamilton the benefit of the doubt, innocent unless proved guilty, it is then for the Labour and Liberal coalition partners with Mr. Bell to describe and explain exactly what this election is now going to be about in Tatton. Thank you very much indeed.
Mr. Mulwiney, it still proves it's going to be a very colourful constituency during this election campaign. Now, when
In 5 minutes, Newsnight. Now, a party election broadcast by the Conservative Party.
She said, "You don't know what it's like living under a Labour government. You haven't experienced it. You're too young to remember." And, you know, I mean, obviously that was true, but I just thought, well, I mean, nobody believes their mother, do they? You know, I wanted to see it for myself, basically. And, well, I certainly have. It's affected me personally much more than I would have expected. I mean, for example, you talk about unemployment figures. Well, it's just numbers. It doesn't mean anything to you. But when I actually lost my job a few weeks ago, because I was made redundant, then it's a whole different story. And
it was a difficult decision because I've voted Tory before, but I thought they really had learned their lesson, the Labour Party. Tories had that slogan, Britain's booming, don't let Labour mess it up. And I thought, you know, they won't do that, Blair won't do that. But they have.
Things were nice and calm. I mean, how much damage can you do, eh? Interest rates have gone up. Unemployment's rising. I'm having to pay an extra £30 or £40 a week now because of them.
Yeah, well, they had their chance and they made a complete mess of it. My mortgage has gone through the roof and they put tax up almost straight after they got in when they promised they wouldn't. You know, don't worry, they said. We're different now. I suppose it was our fault for trusting them in the first place. But basically, we're back in recession, aren't we?
My son is looking for a job for over a year now. He can't get one because of minimum wage. Nobody can afford to take him on. I don't know how long he'll have to wait.
Well, it was democracy, you know. Tories had their day. We thought maybe somebody else. See what they've done. I mean, it's just been a total downhill for 3 years. What gets to me, you see, is that I went for it. We all went for it. We thought, you know, a change equals something better. Of course, it wasn't. Something a heck of a lot worse.
We voted Labour, and, you know, like most people, we thought fresh blood, you know. And we believed all that stuff about government running out of steam and sleaze, and, well, it seems the further we get into the Labour term, the more it was just change for change's sake, you know. Look at us now. I mean, we weren't badly informed. Most of us, you know, read decent newspapers and we kept up with the news, but, I mean, we knew about the great state the economy was in, and we knew about government's record on employment and inflation and all that, but, well, we knew it, but I suppose we didn't value it.
Every time you open a newspaper, there's more bad news, things going wrong. Every time I go to the shop, prices have gone up again. Inflation's just going through the roof.
So I had a good job. I had a low mortgage, and the inflation was low. And I was stupid enough to vote for Blair. Those were the good days. Do you know, I never thought I'd say that.
I'm here in the future. I know what it's like. Don't do this to Britain. That's my advice.
That was a party election broadcast by the Conservative Party. Will the ghost of 6-year-old Mary finally be laid to rest?
Now a party election broadcast by the Labour Party.
As Britain approaches the end of the century, we have been with the same masters now for 18 years. We still have the talent, skills, and inventiveness that we've always had. Probably more so. But in a rapidly changing world, we seem somehow to have lost our sense of purpose. Now, someone has emerged who is determined to give it back to us. He is the most talked about politician of his generation. They've called him everything, from Bambi to Union Basher, from public opinion quarter to autocrat. But one thing is undeniable. In 3 short years, his energy and leadership have transformed his party. What can he do for Britain?
Look, the Tories didn't get everything wrong in the 80s. I mean, let's just be honest about that, admit it. But Britain can be better. We can make this country better than it is. The Tories today are no longer the party of low taxes. The fact is, they broke their word on tax. They raised taxes 22 times. Ordinary families have had massive tax rises under the Conservatives, the largest in peacetime history. Now, I don't want to add to the burden of those families. They're hard-working. I'd like to see them get their tax burden down. That's why we've said that we're not going to raise the basic or top rate of income tax. Ask yourself this question. These Tories get back in for another 5 years. Will we even have a National Health Service in the way that we've known it and grown up with it? Now, we've got to rebuild the National Health Service. And as a start, we will spend £100 million by cutting that bureaucracy and putting it into cutting waiting lists. Why should people in this country have to put up with these levels of crime? The fear, the abuse, the hassle. Elderly people often afraid to go out of their own homes, sometimes afraid to be in their own homes. The Labour Party will take on this issue in every single aspect of it. Tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime. I'm a British patriot, and I want the best out of Europe for Britain. And we need a government that is going to lead in Europe, shape Europe, not just follow along behind a Europe that's being shaped by others. And a divided Conservative Party with weak leadership, fighting itself, cannot fight for Britain. Education is the future for this country. If we don't give our kids the right education, they don't succeed, Britain doesn't succeed. That's why I've said, for a Labour government, its top 3 priorities: education, education, education. And again, we can make a start. For example, by reducing class sizes for all 5, 6 and 7-year-olds in our primary schools to 30 or under. That we will do in the 5 years of a Labour government. Britain can be better. We can make this country better than it is. And I am not going to promise anything that I can't deliver. But I do tell you that today's Labour Party, transformed as it is, with the strength of leadership and the strength of unity behind it, can make this country better.
After 18 years of weak leadership, incompetence, and broken promises, Britain deserves better. Give Tony Blair your mandate on May the 1st, and let him give Britain back its sense of purpose. If you want to help Labour, please call us on 0990 300 900 or write to us at Free Post Labour Party.
That was a party election broadcast by the Labour Party.
On the 21st of February 1997, the Bridgewater Three were freed. In 1993, BBC Two screened a drama based on the Carl Bridgewater case.
I know the men who did it.
One viewer was so moved by it that he wrote to Michael Hickey's mother saying he was completely convinced of her son's innocence.
Guilty.
That viewer was the foreman of the jury which had convicted Michael.
I'm innocent!
The drama was Bad Company, repeated Sunday 10:15 on BBC Two.
Now on BBC Two Newsnight.
I personally have always been opposed to a single currency. My constituents know that for many long period of time. So there's no way I can suddenly say I'm not in favour. I'm in favour of a single currency. I mean, that would be ridiculous.
Now a Conservative minister defies the party line. Is the appearance of Conservative unity on their most sensitive issue now in tatters?
Good evening. A government minister has now done what the Prime Minister swore none of his ministers would do and issued a personal manifesto contradicting government policy on the European single currency. Newsnight has evidence that the junior minister, John Horam, has told his constituents he won't back a single currency. The policy he's supposed to support is to keep all options open. The junior health minister told us he didn't believe his opinions were at odds with the government. But he also said he wanted referendums not just on the single currency, but on any other significant change in our relationship with Europe. The former Liberal leader, Sir David Steel, tells us the Prime Minister has no choice. Mr. Horam must be sacked. 20% of the electorate are pensioners, yet many feel let down and excluded from the process. A group of them take the parties to task. It's been 18 calendar years, but a lifetime in fashion. We chronicle the changing style of the Tory era. And are the confident predictions of politicians on the economy to be trusted? Or is much of the world of money and taxes and the rest really beyond their control? Last night, it was the Conservatives' vice chairman defying the party line on a single currency. There was irritation, but she could keep her job, said the party this morning, because she wasn't a minister. Well, tonight, Newsnight has discovered a minister saying the same thing, that he would never vote for a single European currency. He's the Health Minister, John Horan. The line is clearly drawn. The question now is whether the Prime Minister will let him keep his job. Mark Mardell has this exclusive report.
John Major stressed his Eurosceptical credentials tonight. All day, Tory headquarters have been trying to find out the identity of the latest rebel minister discovered by Newsnight. He's John Horan, a health minister, who says in his manifesto, "I am opposed to the euro replacing the pound sterling, since this would take away more of our independence." A straight flouting of the government wait-and-see line. We had the manifesto. Gordon Brewer caught up with the man.
If the Conservatives should win the election and should hold a referendum, you'd be campaigning for a no vote.
Well, I would certainly be on the side of those who did not want a single currency. So it's a referendum, yes.
But the official Conservative Party position is a rather painstaking compromise, isn't it?
Indeed, yeah.
Why are you deciding to break it?
Well, I'm not breaking it. I mean, my position is perfectly consistent with the government's line, because the government is saying we negotiate and then decide. And that's absolutely right. Obviously, you say that...
But you're saying you've decided already.
No, what I'm saying is that I personally am opposed to a single currency, but the government is going in there to stay at the negotiating table to negotiate, and then in some stage in the future there will be a decision whether there's going to be a single currency or not. But we don't know when it will be, and then we will confront the question of whether this country should go in. Now, if I'm a member of the government at that time, I will have to decide what to do as a member of the government.
But you are a member of the government now.
Correct, yes. But I don't resile from the policy that we must negotiate and decide.
No, but, I mean, John Major's made it quite clear he expects members of his government to stick to the official party line during this election.
That's right, that's what I'm doing. My personal view, which I say to my constituents because they're entitled to know what I think, that I'm personally opposed to a single currency. But I think the right line is to stay at the negotiating table. It's foolish to come away and then wait to see what happens. And if there is indeed a single currency, then we have to decide what to do. The government as a whole has to decide what to do. And I personally, if I'm a member of the government at that time, also have to decide what to do.
But, I mean, with respect, that isn't the official Conservative Party line. The official Conservative Party and government line is wait and see. We haven't made up our minds yet. Now,
that's the government line, but I'm saying as a person, I know what my views are.
But you are a member of the government.
Correct, yes, but I'm saying as a person, I know what my views are.
But don't you feel any responsibility to defend the government's line during a general election?
Absolutely, that's what I've said. I stated quite clearly, the government's line is that there must be we must negotiate and decide. There must be a referendum on a single currency, if we get to that point, and I support all of that.
When the contents of your personal manifesto become known, there will be calls for you to resign. What will your reply be?
Well, because I support the government's policy, so why should I resign?
Will this count as crossing the line? It's difficult to say. On Newsnight last month, Mr Major was firm. No minister would express deep scepticism about a single currency.
No one is going to do that. The members of the government are going to issue a manifesto that will precisely mirror the national manifesto of the Conservative Party.
Then the junior minister Angela Browning made it very clear in her election literature that she would not support moves necessary to introduce a single currency. The line wobbled.
I expect ministers to support the Conservative manifesto and to make it clear that they're supporting the manifesto. And I believe you're going to find that that's what ministers are going to do. Many ministers will have views of what position they may take at some future stage if the negotiations go in a particular direction.
Last night, party vice-chairman Angela Rumbold said in her election literature no to a single currency. For Mr Major this morning, this wasn't a sacking offence.
She's not a member of the government. Like every other backbencher, she's entitled to express her views on an issue that may or may not come to fruition in unknown circumstances at an unknown time in the future.
The opposition are, of course, making the most of the confusion.
No one knows where the government stands. No one even knows where government ministers stand. I mean, how on earth can you have a proper government? If they were re-elected, who would be the Chancellor?
What's going on is you are seeing the Conservative Party breaking up. The captain is left alone on the bridge, but the rest of them know perfectly well that the ship is sinking. and they are dashing for the lifeboats to save themselves.
The Chancellor, opening new offices in Nottingham today, has fought long and hard to keep the wait-and-see policy open. He was not parroting the new liberalism that anything goes.
Mark.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, Dave. Hi.
May I ask you a few questions? Is a manifesto like this acceptable from Angela Rumble saying no to a single currency?
My position's exactly the same as the Conservative Party's, and that will be the policy of the next government.
And what is the position of the Conservative Party?
That's in the manifesto.
Later at a photo call I had another go. What about the Minister's manifesto? If a Minister says that he is opposed to the euro replacing this pound sterling, is that acceptable?
This is quite the silliest attempt to hold an interview that even Newsnight have tried for some considerable time. I'm opening an office. You know exactly what my view is and that of the party.
It's not surprising that the Chancellor is annoyed and unusually at a loss for words today. He's always been the one who's stood like a roadblock in the way of the Eurosceptics' desire to say no to a single currency. But they had an answer to this. They said, come the election, we'll simply jump him, make it look as though the policy has changed, and he won't be able to do a single thing about it. It looks as if that's what's happened. The anger of the Tory left has been growing all day. One minister said, this all makes the Prime Minister look stupid and us look like a disunited shambles. A senior Conservative said, Major is hopelessly weak, he should sack these people, but he'll kowtow to them. And a former minister said, it's disgraceful. Anyone with any position of responsibility should adhere to the cabinet line. But Eurosceptics are pleased and want more.
Well, of course, elections should be something beyond a nod and a wink. And I feel particularly sorry for those ministers, many of them in marginal seats, who are not allowed to say what they really feel and the country feels, which is we don't want a single currency, and yet others, of course, of backbenchers are totally free to follow what may well become the party line.
But why does any of this matter? Because it tells us something about what a fifth Tory term would be like. Some think that the surprise victory would be largely down to Mr Clarke's handling of the economy. As a reward, he'd be back in number 11, insisting the line on the single currency was kept open. But there'd be even more Eurosceptic MPs than before, and the bickering around the cabinet table and in the party would continue.
We'd be back where we started, wouldn't we? Because we'd be watching and waiting in Europe. There's no guarantee there will be a single currency. We'd know that the country doesn't want further integration and a single currency. There'd still be Ken Clarke, because if we won, it would be on the back largely of his efforts, and he may well still be Chancellor. And so the Prime Minister would still have the tensions between Ken Clarke and the backbenchers, who of course may be more Eurosceptic than before. So that would be John Major's problem if he won.
Some at Conservative headquarters paint a different picture of a Tory future. One insider told us, Ken Clarke has had the party by the nuts. He's not going to do it in an election campaign. After the election, we asked. After the election, the reply came, he's dead. Some think a victorious Prime Minister could go with the flow of his party, sack Mr Clarke, and appoint someone who'd adopt a hard line against a single currency. That would leave an unhappy rump on the backbenches, but delight the Eurosceptics.
No individual, however strong their views, can actually thwart a government, and in this case the Conservative Party. And if the casualties happen to be senior ministers, well then so be it. This perhaps has been our problem. We haven't taken these sound decisions as we should have done some years ago.
After May the 1st, many things will change, but Ken Clarke will remain a big beast, difficult to ignore. For the moment, the fate of rebel ministers may depend on how hard he wants to rattle the cage.
And earlier, Sir David Steele, once a colleague of John Horham's in the Liberal Social Democrat Alliance, told me what action the Prime Minister should take now.
Well, John Major is the captain of the ship, and what's happening is that the lifeboats on the Tory Titanic are now filling up, and the petty officers are the people who are leaving the bridge and climbing in first. So I think really he's got to make an example, and he ought to sack Mr Horham for not following the party line.
Well, joining us now is the Eurosceptic Conservative MP, Bill Cash. What do you think, Mr Cash? He's got to go, hasn't he?
Well, certainly not. The one thing that comes out of this loud and clear is the fact that he's being absolutely honest with his electorate.
Oh, yes, but he's unfortunately completely at variance with government policy.
Well, I wouldn't say that, because if you remember, Malcolm Rifkin has expressed himself as being hostile to a single currency, and indeed in principle. And, I mean, that's it, isn't it? I mean, after all, it's perfectly clear, as I pointed out at the party conference and have for many, many years, that the whole of this single currency question goes to the very heart of who governs Britain. And if a person who is taking part in an election has not got a view on who governs Britain and how, and wishes to express that to his electorate, then I think it would be a pretty poor show for a general election.
But aren't you worried, Mr. Cash, that Mr. Horam and these other people are making your leader look a booby? I mean, he says one day ministers will not issue personal manifestos which are at variance with government policy. Then when he finds a vice chairman issuing a manifesto that is at variance with government policy, he says it doesn't matter, she's not a minister. Now we discover a minister does it. There is no line here?
No, I completely disagree. Unlike the Labour Party, who are all being corralled into a pen, which they certainly don't feel comfortable in, because I know plenty of people in the Labour Party who are absolutely virulent against the single currency. They're not only totally divided, but they feel passionately about it, but they've been corralled and they've given in. And in fact, what they're doing is they're trading in the right of the British people to govern themselves for the sake of obtaining power. And I think that really ought to condemn them in the eyes of the electorate.
Bill Cash, thank you very much. Well, with us in the studio now is our political correspondent, Mark Mardell. Well, what do you reckon? Can he survive?
Well, it seems that Conservative Central Office have been taking a line that's very much in keeping with their general policy on the single currency. They're keeping their options open. One moment they're deciding they ought to be in, and another they're out. All throughout the day, they've been saying, my goodness, if you've really found this minister, we don't see how he can hang on. But the latest, I've just been told, that they say that he's not going against government policy, and they're going to see whether he can try to hang on.
But he is going against government policy, isn't he?
Well, is he? It's not quite clear. I mean, John Major...
It was pretty explicit in your report.
John Major, though, did say that they must stick by the manifesto, but also they're entitled to have their personal views.
When did the Prime Minister hear about this?
Only at 10 o'clock, that he was in a big meeting at Methodist Central Hall in central London, and he was only told about it at 10 o'clock. He was meeting his staff then to decide what to do.
So whatever the decision is, it will be the Prime Minister's own personal decision?
That's what we're being told. It is up to him. But I also think that what Ken Clarke and Michael Heseltine have to say about this must be pretty important.
Mark Mardell, thanks very much. We'll get back to you later on, we hope, with more. 10 million of the people who will be voting on May the 1st, 1/5 of the electorate, are pensioners. But in the rush to reassure Middle England, many of them feel the parties have simply ignored the grey vote. Pensioners worry at having to sell their homes to pay for nursing care, at a pension which barely lets them keep the wolf from the door. It's a state that, unless we're very unfortunate indeed, will assuredly affect us all. On average, we're living 30 years longer than the Victorians. Yet, unlike the last election, not one of the big parties is promising to raise pensions. Many older voters are disillusioned. I've been to meet some.
6 and 3, 60.
Now, a party election broadcast by the Conservative Party.
Good evening. This election is about jobs. It's about education. It's about health. It's about people's prosperity both at the moment and in the future. But there is becoming one central defining issue that's raised on doorstep after doorstep, and I'd like to address it this evening. Is Britain going to join a federal Europe, or is she not? I am not in favour of a federal Europe. I'm not in favour of a federal Europe because it takes decisions away from the British Parliament that are properly those for the British Parliament. If we in Parliament make mistakes, and sometimes we do, Parliament can reverse those mistakes. It can repeal the wrong laws. If we pass powers to Europe so that those laws are made on a European basis and they turn out to be wrong, they are irreversible. There is no chance of repealing them. For that reason and for many others, I don't believe we should hand our employment policy and matters affecting British jobs and British prosperity to Brussels. So no, I am not in favour of a federal Europe. I am flatly opposed to it. And then there is a wider and deeper question that I know concerns many of the people watching this broadcast. Should sterling enter a single currency if our European partners decide to proceed with it? Are there advantages in it? Yes, there are. There are advantages in it. If a single currency were to be formed, and if it were to be successful, it might extend a zone of low inflation permanently right across Europe. But are there risks? Yes, there are very deep risks. And we have to consider those as well. What is the core element of a single currency that gives rise to such caution amongst the British nation? I believe it's the fear that inexorably, sometimes almost invisibly, we are being dragged further and further into a position where more and more decisions are being taken away from the British Parliament and decided collectively by the European heads of government in Brussels. I have not a shred of intention, neither has any member of my cabinet or any member of my party, so far as I am aware, of surrendering the responsibility for taxation or expenditure to our European partners or indeed to anybody else. They are matters for our Parliament. And for so long as I am leader of the Conservative Party, for so long as the Conservative Party is in government, there is no question of such powers remotely being transferred away from the British Parliament. I said this was a central issue. I think it is a defining issue as well. I will negotiate for Britain in these negotiations, firstly at Amsterdam on a federal Europe and later on a single European currency. I am therefore in a different position from anybody else in this country while I conduct those negotiations. When I have concluded those negotiations, and do not ask me to set out every aspect of how I will negotiate now, for you will tie my hands in dealing with our European partners. If I set out precisely what I would do in detail, they would know precisely how to respond to it. Everybody in this country who plays cards would never put their cards face up on the table and then expect to win the game. But when I have finished the negotiations, I will come back and I will make a recommendation about a single European currency, whether we should join or whether we should not join, to the British Cabinet. The Cabinet will accept that or reject it. If it accepts that we should proceed, for example, they will ask Parliament. If Parliament accepts we should proceed, then that would not be the end of the matter. For this is a matter of such overriding importance. There has been no matter like this in peacetime in the living political memory of anyone. This is of such importance that in those circumstances there would be a referendum on the single question of whether we should enter a single European currency or not. It would be a referendum open to every adult in the country. I will not take Britain into a single currency. Only the British nation can do that. Upon that, you may be certain.
That was a party election broadcast by the Conservative Party.
BBC Two celebrates the 300th anniversary of the birth of an unusual man.
He was a founder member of the Sublime Society of Beefsteaks.
A man with a sense of humour.
He just couldn't resist putting jokes in.
A man hailed as the father of British art.
He changed society's view of itself forever.
But whose best-known monument is a roundabout.
It seems a fairly dubious honour.
Andrew Graham Dixon charts Hogarth's progress. Sunday at 7:25 on BBC Two.
Tonight, a rock family tree littered with names such as Echo and the Bunnymen, and Frankie Goes to Hollywood, back to the 70s in 55 minutes, and the birth of the new Mersey Beat. Now on BBC Two, Newsnight.
I think those two ministers were very unwise. We've spoken to those two ministers overnight. They realise how unwise they were.
If that's how John Major views ministers who defy him and rule out a single currency, why on earth doesn't he sack them? Good evening. April the 16th will go down as the day on which John Major had two choices: sack ministers and start a civil war, or defend them and make a mockery of his policy on Europe. And he did neither. Why, having said no one in government would depart from the National Manifesto, is he so irresolute in the face of such deliberate defiance? The Foreign Secretary, Malcolm Rifkind, tells us. What John Major did do was to reiterate more passionately than before his position of negotiate and decide on a single currency. He said, "Don't bind my hands and send me naked into the debating chamber." But is that really going to silence the Tory fifth column? Labour says not. But they're not without their own Eurosceptics within and alongside. We asked the three parties whether the policy of wait and see has any real staying power. Also tonight, Benjamin Netanyahu's days in office may be severely numbered if, as expected, a police investigation into political corruption results in charges against him. We hear from a senior member of Israel's ruling Likud party. And how do the voters think the campaign here is going? We'll have the second in our snapshots of opinion across the country.
Labour and Conservatives seem to be arguing amongst themselves all the time, rather bringing up sleeves than letting everyone know exactly what policies they'll be carrying out.
A vote for Lib Dem is a wasted vote because you can't, I hate to say this, but you can never see him gaining power.
First though, after Newsnight's outing of that complete Eurosceptic junior minister John Horam last night, his boss turned the daily press conference into a show-stopping event. He directed a wave of withering words at John Horam and his fellow minister James Pace, but not the ones that the opposition and indeed the press were straining to hear. Words like sacked.
I think those two ministers were very unwise. We've spoken to those two ministers overnight. They realised how unwise they were. They realised that they have to accept and negotiate and decide policy. They realise that they're bound by collective responsibility. They acknowledge that they should have been bound by that collective responsibility, and it was very unwise of them to act as they did over the last 24 hours.
And then John Major went on to draw a line between himself and John Horam, and it would appear almost every other minister.
I'm not in the same position as John Horam. John Horam is a junior minister in my government. John Horam isn't going to be sitting at Amsterdam and hasn't been sitting in the European councils negotiating on behalf of Britain on this issue. John Horam's not going to have to advise the cabinet what the position should be. John Horam's not going to have to go out to the nation and explain to the nation why he has taken the decision he has. I'm responsible for that.
So a stern rebuke from John Major for his errant ministers, branded 3 times unwise, but still no answer to the question of why, after their betrayal, they're not being told to go. Michael Crick travelled to Teesside with the Prime Minister to try to get an answer to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Teesside, the home of Europe's largest urban development project.
It was meant to be a really positive day for the Tories, as the party took journalists to Teesside to trumpet both the latest drop in unemployment and local urban regeneration, with not one Tory leader, but 2. But as Margaret Thatcher took John Major along the route of her famous industrial wasteland walk from 10 years ago, ministerial disobedience over Europe inevitably overshadowed the good economic news. The day's obvious question, though, remained unanswered.
Mr. Major, why don't you sack these ministers?
Lady Thatcher's presence was perhaps unfortunate, reminding people not only of Tory divisions on Europe, but also of a very different leadership style.
Why don't you sack these ministers, Mr. Major? Why don't you sack Mr. Place and Mr. Horam?
Dealt with all that at the press conference, weren't you there?
Why don't you sack them?
Weren't you there?
Don't we need the smack of firm government? Like the message, Lady Thatcher would have sacked them.
These ministers, or do you agree with them?
Wouldn't she? She would have given the smack of firm government, surely.
There we are. Thank you very much.
Why don't you sack them?
Still no answer. So at lunchtime, we tried again.
Somebody tell Michael we've dealt with this at the press conference this morning.
By now, Mr. Major and his entourage were getting pretty upset.
It's a question we've been trying to ask the Prime Minister all day, and now Conservative Party officials are intimating that if we persist in asking it, they might have to restrict the BBC's access to this particular trip.
But at least we got some response from one of Mr. Major's more obedient junior ministers who'd been with him and Lady Thatcher today.
So she sympathises with this problem over these dissident ministers. I just think she fears for what will happen in Britain if there is ever a Labour government. And I share that fear, and everybody does. Do you think she supports the Prime Minister in deciding to take a lenient attitude to Mr. Place and Mr. Horam? I'm sure she supports them.
And at his next stop in a marketplace, Mr. Major seemed to seize his party's latest problems, actually to go on the offensive over Europe.
Should we go into what has become known as a federal Europe? No. No. The answer to that question, I believe, is no.
The Prime Minister was in surprisingly high spirits, while one of his more pro-European Westminster colleagues appeared to welcome the new debate sparked by the Tories' troubles.
I think you'll find that there is a lot of concern about Europe and the way things are going with this country going further on into a federal Europe. And a lot of people here want these issues discussed. They don't want silence on this issue. They want us to discuss it.
Yeah.
Is anybody here not concerned about what's going on with Europe? No. There you are, you see? But the public want us to discuss this issue.
But do the public expect, though, that ministers will step out of line when they're told that they've got to abide by the
They want to know our policies on Europe. What people ask me on the doorstep, they want to know what my view is on Europe.
Smith. That point. But there's many precedents on great constitutional matters for there to be a free vote amongst backbenchers.
A change of policy over the single currency or not? The Tories in another shambles over Europe. Good evening. With more than 200 Conservative candidates saying they will never vote for a single currency, Mr Major has raised the possibility that they'll be allowed a free vote on the issue in the House of Commons. The government would be expected to toe the line, he said. But the Chancellor, Kenneth Clarke, said it was the first he'd heard of the idea. The Deputy Prime Minister, Michael Heseltine, denied there'd been any change of policy. The conflict flowed from a question to Mr Major from our own political editor. Tonight she reports on the continuing shambles surrounding the Conservative Party's policy on a single currency. Labour announces a major initiative on breast cancer clinics, one-stop same-day tests for all, but as for paying for it, only if savings can be made from bureaucracy. And the chips are down, the presidential cavalcade that brings the Labour leader to a marketplace rather a long way from you. Stage managed? Never.
And the other news headlines tonight. Channel 4 News has obtained exclusive evidence that British and European laws are being broken to allow the export and slaughter of thousands of sheep in France. The sheep are being exported from Britain ahead of this weekend's Muslim festival of Eid el-Kabir outside Paris. As one man's charged in Northern Ireland with the IRA murder of Lance Bombardier Stephen Restorick, another suspect is being questioned in London about the Docklands bombing. And the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he'll remain in power despite recommendations that he be charged with fraud over a political appointment.
The Prime Minister has launched a new bid to unite his party over Europe by offering a free vote if the Cabinet proposes joining a single currency. But the initiative ran into immediate trouble as the Chancellor Kenneth Clarke admitted that he hadn't been warned about the new line. Mr Major claimed that there was a precedent for the move when Edward Heath was proposing British entry into the common market in 1971. But as our political editor Eleanor Goodman now reports, the offer of a free vote has failed to calm the debate on the issue.
Having changed his tactics over Europe yesterday, Mr Major today appeared to change policy on the hoof. But he'd evidently decided to try to make a virtue of the passionate splits within his own party over Europe. So he contrasted the healthy debate within the Conservative Party with what he claimed was the gagging of the Eurosceptics in the Labour Party.
I would rather have colleagues who act unwisely with convictions, which is what I believe I am facing in terms of some of my colleagues, than have the sort of colleagues that the Labour Party have, who act dishonestly without convictions and seek to hide their antipathy and not reveal what their own views might be in any circumstance in the future.
He said that once the Conservative government reached a decision on a single currency, ministers would have to abide by it. But that still left the question of his apparently benign attitude to the 150 or so Tory backbenchers who've already come out against a single currency.
Wouldn't the logical extension of what you're saying to be honest yourself and say we should have a free vote on this if we have to recommend a single currency to Parliament? And isn't the reality is that even if you don't have a free vote, you wouldn't be able to hold the whip, and that the only way you could carry a single currency would be on the back of opposition votes?
Well, that would be a decision to be taken at the time. It's a great... of course it's a possibility as far as backbenchers are concerned. Of course it's a possibility. Of course within the government are bound by collective responsibility. I reiterate that point. But there's many precedents on great constitutional matters for there to be a free vote amongst backbenchers. That has been the case in the past. That's a decision to be taken nearer the time, but certainly I wouldn't rule that out.
That readiness to consider a free vote was a definite shift of policy. On Tuesday, Mr Heseltine had dismissed a similar question as decidedly premature.
Is the logic of your position that you should allow MPs a free vote on a single currency, since you're saying it's an issue of principle?
Well, those are not issues for an election campaign. We've got a quite clear position for the government, and the Prime Minister has made it clear that every member of his government would be expected to agree with the party policy.
But by today, it evidently had become something to consider during the campaign. Conservative Central Office said Mr Major had discussed the possibility of a free vote before. But the Prime Minister's remarks surprised Kenneth Clarke, who admitted he hadn't known beforehand, and that sparked a fresh round of exchanges, with the opposition claiming that it wasn't them but the Tories who were slithering on policy.
I don't know what Kenneth Clarke feels like, but I think the nation must find it quite extraordinary that the Prime Minister decides that he'll tell a journalist from ITN the government's policy before he tells his own Chancellor of the Exchequer.
I think when I was asked a question in a press conference this morning, if I had replied to the questioner and said, "I'm frightfully sorry, that's a very interesting question, but I better go and ask Ken Clarke or Joe Bloggs or somebody else about it before I give you an answer," well, that may be the way that the Labour Party operate, but it's not the way I operate.
Meanwhile, Mr Heseltine seemed to be backpedalling, saying it hadn't been a prepared statement and that Mr Major had only been answering a question. But that just opened the door for Labour to repeat its favourite message about weak leadership.
These are signs of panic. When you have a Prime Minister that fails to consult his Chancellor, compares him to Joe Bloggs, when you have a Deputy Prime Minister that rules out the announcement that has now been made by the Prime Minister, you have all the signs of a party in disarray, confused amongst itself, totally divided and disintegrating.
There is a precedent for a free vote on Europe. Edward Heath reluctantly agreed to one in 1971 over the principle of membership of the European Community. Harold Wilson refused to allow his backbenchers the same freedom and whipped them into voting against, provoking a rebellion by Labour pro-Europeans. On that occasion, Peter Shaw was loyal to Labour's opposition to Europe, though now as a retiring Eurosceptic, he thinks there should be a free vote which would allow the Eurosceptics from all parties to unite against a single currency.
There was a Conservative government, it was a big if, and it did present a white paper seeking approval of joining a single currency. I think the Labour Party would either have a free vote itself, try and get its members to abstain. Well, that wouldn't make any difference because it would go ahead then. Probably they might do that, try to get an abstention of their party, or back it even, because the present mood in the Labour Party, among Labour MPs, is in favour of a single currency.
But Mr Major did not, despite much urging, agree to give his own backbenchers similar latitude on the crucial votes on Maastricht. As a result, 41 Tory MPs defied the whip and so weakened his authority.
Well, the main purpose of the Conservatives promising a free vote on a European currency is to hold the party together, to hold a divided party together. Whether in those circumstances you get the legislation through would depend, of course, on whether the Labour opposition would support it, as they did in 1971 over our entry into the European Community, but they didn't in 1992 and 1993 over the Maastricht legislation. So it would be for the Labour opposition to decide whether we actually had the single currency in those circumstances.
The news that Tory backbenchers might be allowed a free vote went down well among those candidates who've already said they would oppose a single currency. They hope if they can promise to vote against, it will help them at the grassroots, and always assuming a Tory government, mean they could stop a single currency.
It distinguishes us from the Labour Party, and it also tells people that were tempted to vote for any of the other European parties, or anti-European parties, that we are the party where people can get a genuine result. They can actually vote for us, and they know what they're going to get.
The problem of Mr Major saying there may be a free vote is that it may encourage even more Conservative candidates to rule out his wait-and-see policy and so give more fuel to opposition charges of weak leadership. Hence, perhaps, Central Office's attempts tonight to play down the significance of his remarks this morning. Eleanor Goodman, Channel 4 News, Westminster.
Well, on a day when arguments over Europe have again dominated the election agenda, we're joined from our Westminster studio by the Deputy Prime Minister, Michael Heseltine. Michael Heseltine, have you imagined what mincemeat you would be making of any Labour Party that attempted to go into an election as divided as you are?
Well, I think we're making enough mincemeat over the Labour proposals to put the unions back with privileges and to put up taxes and to sell out Britain's essential interests in Europe by creating here the social model that is destroying jobs on the continent when we see unemployment
what I was
falling.
aiming at, with respect.
I'm sure it wasn't what you were aiming at, but that is the answer that is to your question. The Labour Party have had to change their mind, 5 times over major policy issues since the campaign began, and Tony Blair is so terrified of being asked questions he won't debate with the Prime Minister.
So the question I asked, the division in your own party, what do you say to that? You are, after all, yourself
John,
an avowed European, and you are opposed by almost a third of your own candidates.
Well, no, I don't think that is right, because I strongly support the views of the Prime Minister and the government that Britain's essential self-interest demands that we negotiate over the issues of economic and monetary union, because whether we're in or out, they will affect this country. So it's sensible for us to be at the conference table. But I've also been very clear in my own mind that you can't take a decision until you know the facts. I think, as a matter of fact, that I was one of the first Conservatives to make a speech saying that an opt-out to make a decision at the time would be sensible. The fact of the matter is, it is a big issue. It will affect us. But it's controversial
Well,
in all parties. Let's be clear about that.
Well, given that it is so big an issue, doesn't the electorate have the right to know which Conservatives would in fact make up the government? Would they be drawn from the 200 who oppose a single currency under all circumstances, who Mr. Major describes as being quite wrong to come to that conclusion so early, or will it be drawn from people who support the Conservative manifesto?
Well, you won't be surprised if I tell you that, just as I think Tony Blair was saying, the only people who can tell you who are going to be in the government after the election are the Prime Minister of one of the 2 members of Parliament who will be Prime Minister, either John Major or Tony Blair. And very rightly, they don't answer questions as to who will be in their government. But I really say this, that anybody who knows anything about forming a government, particularly I'm going to talk about the Conservative Party, knows full well that a Prime Minister balances the books. He draws people from all sectors of the party. He has a certain recognition of the geographical spread of interests and all those things, because democracy demands that you reflect in the formation of a government the views of your party. Otherwise, you very soon lose the support of the bulk of your party. So you have to keep in touch with them.
Does democracy demand that you shift your policy in the course of a campaign in order to try and keep your party together?
Well, I think we've seen Tony Blair do that 5 times over major issues to do with tax, to do with privatisation, for example. One thing after another, the Scottish Parliament, a humiliation for Scottish Labour Party.
I've given you a good cataloguing of that.
There are people who do change their position, and Tony Blair is one of them all the time.
And John Major is another.
But John is not, you see, I think if you remember, when you introduced this issue, Eleanor's question today, I think the word she used was, why don't you be honest, she said to the Prime Minister. Why don't you be honest and admit that there is a possibility of a free vote? And so when the Prime Minister said, yeah, it is possible, in other words, he did exactly what she thought was the right thing, then the whole thing becomes the issue of the day. The Prime Minister was really saying what anybody who knows about Parliament must have long since realised, that the possibility, indeed the probability of a free vote was much the most likely way to deal with this major issue.
But Ken Clarke knows about the House of Commons and knows about the party, and he knew nothing at all about this possibility.
No, John, no, be fair. You're confusing 2 things. Ken Clarke didn't know the Prime Minister was going to answer Eleanor Goodman's question. He didn't know it because Eleanor hadn't told him she was going to ask the question. And so it's not surprising he didn't know. I didn't know. And I was actually in Central Office watching the press conference. I didn't know Eleanor was going to ask that question. Perfectly entitled to do it. She'd done it to me. But she did ask it, and the Prime Minister, because he's as straight as a die, gave a straight answer. He said, yeah, it's possible, probable.
Give me a straight answer tonight, then. I mean, is the Conservative Party offering the electorate a united position on Europe?
Absolutely. And it's very clear that Britain's essential interests are at stake over economic and monetary union. And we will make up our mind at the time when we know the facts if the decision to go ahead is taken by the other Europeans.
So why do you have to offer your own MPs an opportunity to vote no?
It'll be a controversial decision. If that happens, then we will ensure that there is a referendum in the next Parliament, so that not only the Cabinet and the Parliament has to decide, but the people in the end will decide. As John Major said last night, it won't be the government, it won't be me as Prime Minister that take you into Europe, it'll be the British people that take you into a single currency.
Michael Henstein, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much indeed.
The Labour leader, Tony Blair, is tonight telling a rally in Edinburgh that voting Conservatives is voting for a licence to kill the National Health Service as we know it. His remarks came as Labour and the Liberal Democrats were arguing over who would spend more on the NHS. Labour's proposals include spending an extra £10 million to improve breast cancer services and setting up a network of one-stop centres to speed up diagnosis of the disease. But the Conservatives said Labour's sums didn't add up. Our correspondent Andrew Veach reports on Labour's attempts to play its strongest card and assesses the party's campaign pledges.
15,000 women a year die of breast cancer, more than in most other Western countries. Doctors say the quality of treatment is in part to blame. The chances of a woman surviving vary according to where she's treated.
To find that you might have a difference in survival if you live in a certain part of the country is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. In equity terms, it's unacceptable ethically.
Labour says it will speed up diagnosis of the disease and reduce waiting times for surgery.
Nearly every family in Britain has been affected by breast cancer. It's a diagnosis that affects not just the woman concerned, but her whole family. And we want to make sure that at every stage a woman feels that she is getting the best possible treatment as quickly as is necessary.
Cancer specialists welcomed Labour's proposals.
This is an attempt to try and speed up the whole process of a woman with a lump in the breast actually getting the result of what's going to happen. Sometimes people wait several weeks, sometimes several months to complete the process. If it can be done within a week, then surely this is going to be of help.
The plan is to set up a national network of cancer clinics, guaranteeing quick diagnosis and treatment. Women would be given all the necessary tests and the results in one day. It's based on a plan drawn up by the Department of Health's Chief Medical Officer and accepted by ministers.
It's a policy that the government is pursuing. They're talking about about £10 million for this element, which is a very good idea. That's why we're developing it. In the total of £1,000 million that the government's already spending on cancer care.
But ministers have yet to commit extra funds to breast cancer. Tony Blair, visiting St Thomas's Hospital in London today, said Labour would find the money by cutting red tape in the health service, streamlining the management and pricing systems introduced by the Conservatives to increase efficiency. That would free £100 million a year, he said. £40 million would go to improving services for all types of cancer. £10 million would be enough to pay for the breast cancer network. Yet it costs £2,500 to treat a single patient in the earliest stage of the disease.
300,000 women a year have a breast lump. £10 million divided by this is about £35 a person. It's going to have to be more, and not just for breast cancer, the whole of cancer needs to be improved.
Doctors' leaders said the funding was pathetic.
I think that the idea of saving money from rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic is not going to do more than just provide a little. We do need additional resources, and frankly I don't see any alternative to getting them through taxation. And that means we've all got to bite the bullet.
We have said we must spend £500 million on saving the National Health Service from virtual privatisation. And the way we're going to do it is set out very clearly in our manifesto. You will get no last-minute policies from the Liberal Democrats on health.
The Labour Party created the National Health Service. It was probably
Doctors are telling them